everyone, it's Jeannie from A-1 Vacuum and Sewing, and I'm getting ready to stitch out March mini quilt Lucky. And this is part of the mini quilts volume January through June. This one was the January one. And do I have all of them? No, I don't think. I did do this one. This one was February, and now I'm getting ready to stitch this one out, which is going to be March. So I have my fabric kit. I have the spreadsheet. I just finished this spreadsheet, and I'm going to be doing something a little bit different for the long blocks, and I think I'm going to do it for the rest of them. Just a way to stay in my 8x12 or my 7x12, which is what I'm going to be using. So let's go ahead. This is going to be the prep, and I know you've seen me prep before, so hopefully you won't be too bored. But here is my fabric kit. The back piece, which is going to be, I think this piece right here, I'm going to put back because I am going to be double-siding mine. So I'm going to put March and April together. So the two fronts are going to go together so it doesn't need the back fabric. So that will just go back to the store. Let me just put that over here with all the stuff that goes back to the store. And this is the rest of the fabric. So I'm going to start by stabilizing everything. I do have a fabric kit. Let me grab, an embellishment kit. Hang on. Here it is. Here's the embellishment kit. And what we need is March. And what makes March special, especially special, is going to be that cauldron leather, which is unique and beautiful, and you can't get it anywhere but in the embellishment kit. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to stabilize our fabric. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be laying out all my fabric. Here is my handy dandy iron that I absolutely love. When I'm stabilizing a lot of fabric, I use my Aliso. I'm going to change my angle here so you can see how I get ready. Let me see if that's a good angle. And we're going to lay out all our fabric. And then we are going to spray it. So stabilizing your fabric just means I'm going to be using this right here. This is the Acorn Easy Sprayer. And I just charged it. So I'm just going to hold that down, and then it's going to spray its solution on my fabric, and then I am going to press it. And that way, my limp, floppy fabric is going to be all stabilized, and it'll be nice and firm. So I like to just lay it out. Maybe we'll lay out some 16ths to just get everything to fit. I like to lay it out as much as I can. This is my wool mat. It's from Gypsy Quilter, and I love it because it covers my whole table. And so I can get through a lot in a short amount of time. And I use my iron on the hottest setting. And here we go. This is there we go. I don't know if you can hear it coming out. And that way you don't have to keep pulling the trigger back. I still use my other spray bottles. But when I'm trying to do a lot at one time, I really like to use this one. All right. And even though you can't see it, it's here in these like lighter spots too. Where you see it's dark, that's where it's just a little bit more saturated. And people have asked me, can you use that sprayer with Best Press? I don't think it should be a problem. They asked, what's the difference between the solution from Acorn and the solution from Best Press? And then it just gives it more body. I don't want to say it's like crunchy. It's not crunchy, but it's crisp. So let me put this over here once I'm done. And it doesn't really flake. Sometimes Best Press will flake. That doesn't really bother me at all. I really don't care. I'll just kind of flick the flakes. But if that bothers you, I think the acorn, it's just, let me hold a piece that hasn't been stabilized. I mean, there's nothing, you know, and this, I mean, it folds a little bit, but you're just going to feel, it'll hold its, and the advantage is, now this right here is directional. So I'm going to spray in the direction of the stripes. Not spray, but I'm going to press in the direction of the stripes. Because you don't want to turn your stripes into zigzags. Because if you press, you're just putting your iron down. But I iron because I'm too impatient not to. There we go. There's barely any fabric here. This is going to be so fast. This, I mean, this is semi-directional. You just don't want to turn those diamonds into ovals. So I'm just going to kind of pick up, go back and forth. All right. A little bit more. I love it when it's, you know, there's not much to press. So if you struggle with this sprayer and the trigger, then the acorn sprayer is for you. And when I'm just doing like a little press here or there, I prefer my my just regular mister, my misting bottle. And this is just polka dot, so I'm just going to press away, not worry about it. And after we stabilize all the fabric with the, I guess it's kind of like a starch, then we're going to go ahead and we are going to cut our pieces per the cutting list. Here's our last piece, our last fat eighth, and then I have some fabric scraps. And I usually press on the back of the fabric just in case I have an icky iron. Have I been outside of the field? I should move over. I was just looking so you can see better. All right. All that fabric is stabilized and ready to go. Next thing I do, I like to grab an assortment of rulers. Big, small, square, long, little. And that includes my stripology rulers, which are really, really important to me. Here are my stripology rulers right here. Everything I can cut with my stripology rulers, I prefer to cut with those. And then I cut my little itty bitties, which are some of my smaller rulers. We're going to get a cutting mat and we're going to go ahead and cut our pieces. The other thing I like to use is my rotating mat. Here we go. And that way you get really great cuts without having to pick up your ruler and your fabric piece. So I'm going to put this over here. And let's get out our book. And let's go ahead and start our cutting. So here, we'll just do that for now. So you have your cut page right here. And these are the pieces that we're going to be cutting. Oh, I also like my big square ruler too. But I'm just going to grab my pieces as I had put them over there. So, meaning they're not going to be in order. We don't need that one right now because it looks like our first cut here is going to be 6.5 by 14.5. So I have so many great rulers for that. This one, I love this ruler. This one's 8.5 by 18.5. And we're going to do what? It's going to be 6.5 by 14.5. So there's my 6.5, and I'm going to square it off a little bit later. So I'm going to cut it a little bit bigger. This side is pretty uneven. Let's try this. 6.5 by 14.5. And this is when the stripology would be really, really nice. And then it also wants you to go 2 by 4. You know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut this whole thing at 14.5. I have a larger cut area, but this is where I like to cut just for filming. So I'm just going to square off this edge over here. Now I can go here, 6.5 by 14.5. And 6.5. This is going to be your background piece, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. And then I need a 4 by 2. Might be better with this one. 4 by 2. Yep. So there's my 4 by 2. I wonder why that's not quite. Oh. I think this is just an applique piece. So 4 by 2, and then the last piece it wants is going to be 1.5 by 1.5. So let's go ahead and cut a 1.5 by 1.5. I kind of made that one icky, so 1.5. Black is 1/2 inches. Okay, so this one's done. How's your angle there? Is it okay? Next one, and then we just have our extra. Here's my fabric scraps. So this one is 2.5 by 4.5. 2.5 by 4.5. And there's no piecing with the, if we're piecing things, then I want them to be super neat, but nothing's pieced. That's just going to be applique pieces. So if the edges aren't perfect, because I'll clean them up if they're going to be, if we're going to use them to piece, but none of these, that's not the case for any of these. So I'm going to, whoops, that's the piece we want. 2.5 by 4.5. The purple is 1.5 by 3 and 1.5. So 1.5 by 3 and 1.5. 1.5 by 3 and 1.5. So I'm just going to cut the whole 1.5. 1.5 by 1.5 and 1.5 by 3. And leftovers. And then this last one right here is going to be 2 by 5 and 1.5 by 1.5. So 2 by 5. There's a little bit of Momo here. Let's get that out of the way. 2 by 5. And we usually cut your fabric pieces, the fabric scraps, which they want us to cut them 5 inches by 5 inches, but we always do usually 5 1/4. 2 by 5. I'm just going to leave it like that. 5 1/4, because sometimes you just don't have enough. And I always hate that, so we try to give you a little bit more, a little extra in case you trim your fabric. And sometimes when you press it, it shrinks one direction. Doesn't it? We don't want that to happen to you. Okay, this is 6.5 by 10.5. And this ruler here just happens to be 6.5 by 12. So we're going to go 6.5 by 10.5. 6.5 by 10.5 right down here. This, I think, is a background piece. So again, doesn't have to be perfect. And then 2.5 by 6. 2.5. Let's say we've got 2.5. Oh, perfect. By 6. What am I going to do with all these beautiful scraps? I have a tub of Kimberbell fabric, so it's going in there. Here we go. This is going to be 16.5 by 14.5. Let me move this out of the way. 6.5. I'm sorry, 6.5 by 14.5. There's 14. And where's my? I'm going to go this direction. 14.5 by 6.5. Again, this is a background piece, so I'm not worried about it being perfect. How's your view there? Six and a half by 14.5. Kimberbell scrap. Usually I take all those scrap pieces and I make a back out of it. But since I'm taking two of my the tops and putting them back to back, I'm not going to need to do that. So I just love using up the scraps that way, just because I don't have a ton of scraps. 6.5 by 3. So this one's 6.5 by 3. I'm just going to go this direction. This ruler's 6.5, and there's my 3. And it doesn't need to be perfect. It's an applique piece. You could actually not even trim these down, although we might have to back them. And then we need a 1.5 by 1.5. We're going to have to see what we have to put Shape Flex on. SF 101, the fusible backing. I love this. This is like creamsicle. It's like the best color ever. 3.5 by 7.5. So let's go 3.5 by 7.5. 7.5 this way. Got it. 3.5 by 7.5. And then 1.5 by 1.5. What are those little itty bitties for? I don't know yet. There we go. This is our binding, I think. F12, that's our binding. So I'm going to put it to the side for right now. Because I don't know what I'm going to bind with because it has to match both sides. This right here, we're going to do, this is the vertical stripe, the little pin stripe. And it's directional, so make sure you cut it right. We're going to do 12.5 inches by 3. This ruler happens to be 12.5 inches. So I'm just going to lay it down on the 3-inch, and I'm just going to go ahead and cut. And I'm going to kind of line up with those lines too, just to make sure I'm not too far off. And actually, oh yeah, and this is going to be, I'm not sure what it's going to be. Clover leaves 1 and then the lucky letters. Oh, so it's going to be the lucky letters that we're going to lay down. And then you just use your rotating mat and spin the whole thing, which keeps it so you're not contorting your arms to try and cut that. And where it's getting, where your ruler's moving, it just makes everything so much better. So we need 6 inches, and I have 6 inches right here, 6 by 2.5. I'm just going to cut this because it is directional again. And so your stripes should be running up and down. Here we go. And the last thing we need is a 1.5 inch by 1.5 inch. We need that itty bitty. And I have smaller rulers. I have a little itty bitty 3.5 by 3.5. Where's that? Not sure. Should find it though. Okay. I think you'll have enough fabric to, most of this fabric, that you could make 2 of these. Okay, 4 by 8. 4 by 8. Let's go this side and 4 by 8. And then 1.5 by 1.5. It looks like I have an inch. I'm going to see if that's big enough, because you know Kimberbell's generous. I have no, oh, you know what? It's for down here. I'm just going to cut this. This is like 1 inch, and I'll cut it 1.5. That should be plenty. Last piece. Can you believe we just did all of that? 6.5 by 6.5. 6.5 by 6.5. And we are cut. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and figure out what needs to be stabilized. The embellishments, I never trim those. I will lay those down as I go. I'll look through my bin and see what scraps I have that I can use, but I know that I didn't have this piece right here, so that's why I'm using that kit. And we'll go through each one of these. For this one, it says iron backing to the wrong side of the background fabric, and that's going to be this one right here. So I'm going to pull this out. This is going to have fusible on it, and that's it. Didn't say anything about the letters. For this one on the background piece again, and that clover, the clover is on, I think it's on, let's see. And don't get your fabrics confused. Clover background is CFO. So this one is lime. This one here is Ica, which is Ice Castle. So it's a little mintier. And this one here is Seafoam. And I think it stands for Seafoam. And it's a little bit sagier, I guess. So this is the one. And you can tell by the size too. So this one we're going to put fusible backing on. Fusible backing to the wrong side of just the background fabric. And the background fabric for the pot of gold is pot of gold. That's going to be the lime. So it's this one right here. And that was it. Didn't want it on the other pieces. And there's only 4 blocks in this. This one too. Fusible just on the background piece. That is going to make it super easy. And these other pieces, I'm just going to kind of stack them all up. And then we can sort them. Okay, heat up your iron. We're going to be putting Shape Flex on these. I'm going to put these over here so I don't lose them. I know exactly which pieces. They're just the background pieces. Get your ironing mats out of the way. What you don't want to do is you don't want to accidentally iron on these. I can tell when I'm tired because that's what I do. I iron on my mats. And then I go, it's time for bed. All right. This is Shape Flex SF101. It's a Pellon product. And there's the SF101. It is a fusible woven. Kimberbell makes a fusible woven, as do a lot of the other embroidery manufacturers like OESD, and there's just lots of people that make it. So it's up to you if you want to use this, or you could use the other branded stuff. And what I like to do is lay it out, and then I'll iron my pieces down and then cut them apart so I don't have to do it. You can make 2 steps into 1 step. So these are all, it looks like they're all 6.5 inches, are they? So let's see what we can lay down. So those go together. And this, it's really going to be in the middle that you need that. Let me see if I lay it down this way. We can fit them all. Sometimes it's like Tetris. And you're kind of playing around, seeing how you can get it all to fit. There we go. Perfect. And I like to leave about 1/8 of an inch in between, and that's where I'm going to cut it apart. And that looks good to me. So if you want, you can use water. I like to use water. Feel like it gets it to stick just a little bit better and a little bit quicker. You don't want to get your iron full on the adhesive. Because it will gunk up your iron. So I get it to stick pretty well, but not perfectly, and then I'm going to go ahead and cut it all apart. Just slide this under here, and it's up to you. You can use a ruler along with this if you want. This is like where I wish I had a giant rotating mat. I start to panic if I don't have a bolt of SF101 and if I don't have a bolt of muslin. That's when I start to panic. Because I always need that. Because I go through so much of that. Okay, I did not adhere this down really well. Like, if you look at it, you can see it's like coming apart on the edges. So I'll give it one more press from the back side. I'm going to go ahead and press it down one more time. It's usually along the edges too. This is a good chance for you to also make sure there's not like a red thread or something really dark sandwiched in between, because you don't want that to shadow through. And I rarely even sew with red thread, but it always seems that that's what's sandwiched in between my two pieces. So this is the back side of my SF101. The bumpy side is the side that went to the back of your fabric. So when you press it together, you're going to have right side of your fabric. The wrong side is goes against the bumpy adhesive side of your Shape Flex. And that should be good. I think we're okay. Did I do all of that? I can't remember now. Can't remember if I did both of them. Alrighty. Before I sort everything, I'm going to go ahead and cut my my batting. So I'm going to grab my spreadsheet. And your batting pieces, they're just going to be the size of the quilting patterns that you're going to be choosing. So the 4x12, you're going to cut the batting 4x12. And your final cut size is going to be ½ an inch bigger all the way around. So these are the pieces that we're going to cut right now. So a 4x12, a 4x4, a 4x8, and a 4x12. Let me grab my batting. I have some big pieces left over from prepping for the panel class. My big mat is over on the other table, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut this over there, and I will be right back. All right, everything's cut. Everything is stabilized with SF101, and now we're just going to put everything together. So for the Lucky Block, I need this, and then for the background, I need this green piece, and we also need a piece of batting, the 4x12, and this one is ready to go. I'm just going to go ahead and put it in this little bag. And I'm not even going to label them because there's only 4 blocks and I can look at them and I can tell which is which. These are the ones I like. They're made by Game Note. There's other brands. I had ordered 2 at one time. I ordered these on Amazon, and the other ones I got were not as nice. They look the same, but they weren't quite as nice. So I ended up keeping these, which are the Game Note ones. I did get them a couple years ago, so I don't know if it's going to be exactly the same, but I think it will be. This one was the Seafoam, so it's going to be that 6.5, the Seafoam. And then you need the fabric for the leaves. It's going to be this. And then we also need this fabric for the other set of leaves. I think that's right, for the other set of leaves. Wow, that's so much bigger. Did I cut that wrong? I think I did. Did I cut it at all? Yeah, 2.5 by 4.5. For some reason, I cut that way too big, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. And then this one, the finished size, I think it's going to be 4.5 by 4.5. I know, it's so little. We cut away all of that. They just make it really generous. And then you're also going to need the Mylars for the stars. And I will use these as I go. I don't trim them. I just kind of lay it down as I go. Okay, next one. Pot o' Gold. That is going to be your lime background. It's going to be this beautiful coppery piece of faux leather. And then you're going to need all of those little itty bitties. Those little itty bitties go with this. And this is going to be your batting, but all of these. So your little 1.5 inch pieces, that's what you're going to be laying down. And there should be this one too. Okay. And again, I didn't put the embellishment pieces in there, but those will go in there. And the last one, that's going to be all your bigger rainbow pieces. This is your ice castle background, your piece of batting, another 4x12, and then all of these pieces that are going to be going down for the rainbow. Actually, when I take this out of here, I'm going to put it in this one. I have 2 different folders or clear pockets that I use. I always go, I need an assortment. I like to have everything instead of nothing. I just want it all. And we are done with our prep. Let's go ahead and get stitching. And the first one that we're going to stitch is going to be the Lucky Block. So I'm going to start by stitching out this rainbow embroidery. And I'm going to be using my 7x12 magnetic hoop. Here's all my magnets. I'm going to be running my, I normally run my muslin up and down. And for this, I'm going to run my muslin left to right. And that way, when I do my embroidery design right here, I don't waste all of this. I'm going to put my embroidery design in, and then I'm going to move it over. And then I'll stitch it. So if you are using this hoop, I cut my muslin to 16.5 inches, and I think that's going to be perfect. I'll start by just going and hooping this. So, and I like to use some of my Wonder Clips to kind of hold the rest of it. So I'm just going to lay this down. And then the rest of it, we could just, you know, you want to keep it neat and tidy. Not have it be like a mess everywhere. I know that stresses some of you out. It's okay. It stresses me out too. All right, just like that. It doesn't matter where you start with your magnets. I think it was 4 on the... So remember, they go on like this, so the lip hangs down into the hoop. You can kind of smooth it over. Oop, I don't like the way that one went on. Okay, that's hooped. I'm going to go slide it on the machine. I had to put my embroidery foot on. So, all right. And now I'm going to go ahead and just grab all my goodies. Let's take this out. I'm going to use this. Let me grab my spray tent and let's come on over to the machine. Here we go, and we will load up our design and let's get started. So let's go into embroidery. I have my, my USBs, I have it on this cord, and I only plug into this, and I always leave it in my lower USB, so that's why I'm going there. And we want mini quilts, quilting design first. So I'm going to be doing Lucky, and the design is St. Patrick's 5, and the design size is 4x12. St. Patrick's 5, and I'm going to be doing the 4x12. I'm going to go ahead and set that. And I'm going to also choose my hoop size, which is going to be, to do that, because I am going to be pinching this. I decided I don't want to use my 9.5 by 14 just to accommodate 1/2 inch, because that's how much bigger I am than my regular, 7x12 or 8x12. It's just 1/2 inch. So I'm going to select my 7x12. It's already selected. Let me make sure everything else is right. It is. And I'm going to add, and to this design, I'm going to add the Lucky. I'm in my lower USB again, mini quilts, embroidery designs, and we are doing March. And we are doing Lucky. If you just bring them in, don't move anything, everything's going to come in centered. Okay. And last thing I'm going to do is, actually, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to take that Lucky and move it out of the way. I'm not going to do it with my finger because it might move the design behind it. So let's just make sure it's around the Lucky. Edit, move. I'm just going to move it all the way to the right. I'm going to take this design and I'm going to pinch it right now. So I'm going to go, okay, size, and I'm only squeezing it down a little bit, and I just want it to fit into my hoop. That's why it's so important that you put up the hoop size that you're using. So I'm just going to do a couple clicks at a time, and I think one more will do it. So 3 clicks and I'm in 11.75. Oh, 12.0. That should work too, even though it looks like it's outside of that. So it was just 2 clicks. I'm going to reset it. Now it's back to its regular size. 1 click, 12.25. 2 clicks, 12.0. Now I'm going to take this design and move it back. If you want to center anything, I don't even have to use my move arrows. That center little dot is going to center it. Let's see if it'll let us stitch that out. We're not going to do anything else. If we hit embroidery and go to our layout screen, it's going to combine this, and then we can move it, and I'm going to scoot it over. So yeah, I don't think there's anything left here for us to do. I'm just going to go ahead and say embroidery. Went over like a pro. I'm going to go, let me put my hoop on. If I put my hoop on, it won't go outside of my embroidery field either. Let's scoot this on. It wants me to change to a larger frame. So I do have to squeeze it down 1. Let's return. I'm going to squeeze the whole thing. It's okay. Size, and it just did that thing. Hang on. I'm going to move that out of the way. I'm going to touch this. I'm going to squeeze it down, and now I'm inside the box. So really, you can't even do the 12. You have to, let's say, okay. I'm going to put my hoop on. I'm going to say embroidery. It went to the next screen, which means it works. Layout, move. These are combined now. It looks at it as one design. I'm going to scoot it all the way over, and then we can save all of this for our next hooping, which is going to be the rainbow. Isn't that exciting? And now we're in our 8x12. I'm sorry, my 7x12. When I go to trim it, though, I am going to trim it 12.5. So you have to add that extra 1/4 inch on either side. So don't forget that. Don't trim it 4.5 by 12. You need that extra 1/4 inch on each side to sew it together with the rest of your design. I will remind you. But to me, I like that, because now I'm just in my, I don't have to go bump up in hoop size just for that 1/2 inch border. Okay, let's go to our instructions. Hopefully you like that. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to be doing rainbow, but we've already loaded Lucky. Was I supposed to be doing? No. I'm just on the rainbow page. First thing we're going to do is going to be placement stitch for the batting. And first color that's going to make a difference is going to be, looks like white, but I am going to put in a color we can see. So let's just go ahead and put this in. I'm putting in Clover. I like the color we can see. Oh, you know what? And the first color we need is the color for the quilting, which is Clover. So that's what you want anyways. Here we go. And let's go ahead and do our placement stitch. While it's doing the placement stitch, my barista is bringing me my coffee. I needed to let him know where to place it. Thank you. Does it fit? Perfect. And I can slip it without even picking it up. Okay, I'm going to be using my spray tent. This is made by Dime. We sell these at this store. It's like a real tent. It packs down super tiny. And my Gnoll KK100, this is what I'm going to spray the back of my pieces with. And I do that because I'm not a taper. I rather spray. And I like to keep it all contained over here. You have a wrong side and a right side of your batting. So this is my wrong side. It's nubby. That's what I'm going to be putting down first. You don't have to go crazy with your spray. There we go. And we are going to put it down right here. Just put it right inside. Oh my God. Oh, you know why it's bigger? It's going to be bigger. It's going to be ½ an inch bigger. And I should put that on there, that it's going to be ½ an inch bigger. And I'm just going to let it hang over the edges and then I'll trim it out later. Because I am 12 inches and I cut this 12.5. The other one I'll trim. This is the first time I've done this. Because I was like thinking about it. And I was thinking, you know what? I don't want to have to use that big old hoop. Just for that ½ an inch. Now this is my background fabric. I'm going to place it over this. I don't even care if that ½ an inch gets sewn in. Because it's just a little bit of batting. Okay, and I'm going to put this down. You want to center it. You have about an inch on all sides. So just go ahead, lay it down. There we go. And I'm going to spray this. This is what we're going to be using for the applique. I'm just going to spray it so it's ready to go. Now I have to come back to this. I want to hear a gentle spray. I do not want to hear an Aquanet spray. And you know what I mean. If you used to make your hair big in the 80s. We do not need that kind of spray. Okay, we are going to skip some steps. To do that, you are going to, I'm going to touch layout so it's going to show me what I'm stitching. Then I'm going to touch this button down here where you can go forward and backwards stitches. That's going to be the tack down for the batting. We don't need to do that because it's kind of cut to size. My next one will be cut to size. I'm going to fast forward. That's the placement for the background fabric. We don't need that because we already placed our background fabric. We just centered it to the batting. And this is going to be the tack down for our background. I like a contrasting color so that we can fussy cut. So I'm actually taking out the Clover, and it doesn't matter what color you use. I'm just going to use this because I'll be able to see this really well. Oh, it's amethyst and it's gorgeous. Let's put this in. Don't forget to cinch these down because the thread can get caught. I'm excited about this embroidery. All right, it's going to tack it down. And the tack down stitch is nice. Now you're going to have to pull out that tack down just on the short edge. And when we trim it, we're going to trim it 1/2 inch outside on the short edge. This, I didn't squeeze it this way at all. So just, I'm not 1/2 inch, a 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch on each side of the short edge. Now it wants me to do my quilting stitch. I'm going to do that in Clover. Oh, I'm surprised this embroidery takes as long as it does. It says 45 minutes. I should have gotten up earlier. I thought I had I was going to just do these so fast. This is going to be 3 minutes of stitching. Oh, it's a rainbow. Cute. So right now, what we're doing is we're doing this part right here. Option 1, block by block quilting. So after quilting, which is what we're doing right now, we're going to go to the embroidery instructions, and we're going to start right here where it says stitch the background tack down line. We don't need to do that because we already put our fabric down. We're going to start with stitch the letter placement line. We're going to start with number 2. Because we already have this tacked down. Cute. Okay, we already did the background tack down, like I said before, so I'm not going to do it again. I am going to skip to the next step, and that is going to be the, this is the letter placement line. So, and it doesn't, color doesn't make a difference. I'm just going to do it in the same green. It'll just look embossed. And I don't even know if you need to do the whole thing. I think if you just did the first L and the last Y, you're going to know exactly where that letter is going to go. Let's just do that. I'm going to go ahead and stop that. It's cutting right now, and I'm just going to advance forward. How do you advance forward? We could hit the hundreds. And do you see how I have a little cursor right here? Let me see if you can zoom in. There's a little cursor right here on the U. And as I hit my tens, you can see that little cursor right there moving. So, but let's hit our hundreds because we want to get all the way to the Y. Where is it? It's still right here on the U. Now I'm on the C. There's the cursor. On the K. Let's just go tens until it goes to the Y. This is just a placement line. There we are. I'm right there on the Y. So I'm going to stitch that. And you can see my little embossed L right there. I know it's not super dark. Oops. There we go. And I'm going to grab my fabric and get ready to put that down. Because that's a lot of stitching. Why do all that stitching? It was 2 minutes of stitching. Instead of 2 minutes, we probably did, I don't know. How much stitching do you think we did? Maybe like 30 seconds. All right, next step. That was step number 2. Step number 3 is going to be the tack down. And if you look at your screen, it's in orange. Kimberbell does placement in turquoise and tack down in orange. That's exactly what we want to see. And let's go ahead and do, whoops, hang on. There is a color, oh, you know what? No, color doesn't make a difference right now either. However, the next color that does make a difference is going to be white. And I'm going to put the white in right now because it's going to be easier to see. So let's go ahead and put in my white. I have a big cone of Glide white that lives up on the top of my machine. And I just leave it there because we use white. I use white all the time. Actually, I have a big cone of white Glide and a big cone of white Isacord. And I want it to, since it's a tack down, I want it to start right at the beginning. It did 2 stitches in. That goes to the next color. This goes back to the beginning of the color you're on. If I hit it again, it would go back to the previous color. Here we go. We're going to be trimming. And so to trim this one, you're going to be trimming it close to the stitch. So I'm going to grab my snips. They're my favorite. They're the Snip Ease. It's Havel Snip Ease. I always tell people these used to be my favorite, the titanium ones, but these are a little bit stronger. And I'm always down for a little stronger. After we trim, then we're going to satin stitch in the white. In my little listy list, it says to do the clover and pot of gold next, but I'm going to do the rainbow because I'm just going to rehoop in the same hoop. I'm really thinking I'm going to and now it makes me go, oh, I want to shrink all these down 1/2 inch so I can use the, the smaller hoops. But I think I'm just going to do it on these big ones. I don't mind bumping up a little bit on the little ones. You just have to remember that you're going to remove this basting stitch here because that's a 1/4 inch in too far and it'll probably show. And it's just a basting stitch, so it'll be easy to remove, and that you have to trim it a 1/4 inch outside of that stitch. I think it's worth it. I just love these mini quilts. I just love how they come together. I love how it's like not a huge project. They can be like a mini bite that you can get done all in one day. Okay, we're going to trim this, and then we're going to do the satin stitching in white, and that's going to be 9 minutes. So I think I have a good old bobbin in there too. Probably not the best direction to be trimming, but it works. I was supposed to get so much done yesterday, and I watched the Super Bowl, and it was so much fun. And we were supposed to go to a Super Bowl party at the neighbors, but they're doing a remodel, and it was just too messy, they said. So they ended up canceling, and it was just me and Patrick watching the Super Bowl, and we had so much fun. It was me missing everything and Patrick explaining what was going on. I try so hard. I try so hard to watch, but I never know where the ball is. You know, who's throwing it and where the ball is. At one point, I was cheering, and Patrick's like, that's the replay. This play already happened. I was like, get the ball. He's like, you just watch that. I'm sports stupid. But I love sports. And I didn't realize that the quarterback for the 49ers, I was rooting for both teams. I am not invested with either team, so I was rooting for both teams. And because I just love you know, I don't know all the other players. I know some of the big players like Kelsey because he dates Tay-Tay, but I don't know the players, so I just know the quarterbacks, and I just love both the quarterbacks. I love that the little quarterback for the 49ers is just a little baby. He's like 24, and I love his story that he was like the last pick, and that now he was in the Super Bowl, and he did such a great job. So I couldn't help but root for him because every time I saw his baby face, I was just like, oh, look at the baby. And then I couldn't help but root for Pat Mahomes because Patrick was telling me he has a dad bod. And then there was a picture of him in the locker room that went viral. He goes, have you ever seen Pat Mahomes without his shirt? And I was like, no. And I was expecting Patrick to show me, you know, he's like a world-class athlete. So I was expecting Patrick to show me a picture of him looking all ripped like maybe Channing Tatum in Magic Mike, but he did not. He was all like soft and squishy. And so I love that about him, that he's just got a regular dad bod and that he's such a badass quarterback. This is me talking the little bit I know about the quarterbacks. So I was rooting for him too. And plus, I like him. I don't know. He just seems like, he seems nice. What do I know? This is just me looking at him. So I was, and that the best thing about rooting for both teams is you don't lose. You can't lose. You can't be sad at the end. I was sad at the end because little Brock, and I love his name, Purdy. Like, you know, like he's pretty. Little Brock Purdy. Patrick was like, you don't know, he could be just a jerk. And I was like, no, that little boy looks like apple pie to me. He just looks like the all-American, just so sweet boy who calls his mom every day. So my team won and my team lost. But Purdy's so young, he'll be back. And then Patrick Mahomes is young too. So the other really great thing about snips is you don't have to get them on your fingers, you just pinch. So for me, I can use them in either hand. So I'll use them in my left hand, which is my dominant cutting hand. And then I can switch to my right hand because all I'm doing is pinching. Is this so cute? Like just a tone on tone. Like this green is really close to the other green, but it's not at the same time. And it is adorable. And this is one of the new Kimberbell colors. And I just love their new fabrics. Because the other ones, were you getting a little bit bored? Can I tell you, I was getting a little bit bored. I mean, I love them. But come on, give me something new. And they have some other new fabrics that are coming out. That have come out and that are coming out, like the new Christmas line and the new Halloween line. Oh my goodness, adorable. Isn't that amazing? Doesn't it look beautiful? Okay, slide on. That's your song for the day. And is my white in? My white is in. Let's just go ahead, fluff everything, make sure nothing's turned under. I leave my muslin on the roll. I just leave it like that because that way when you go to do your next one, you're just like scooting it over. Okay, let's talk about this because everyone asks, and most of you know why I use muslin, but everyone, I have new people joining all the time that watch the videos. I use muslin because I like the way it feels. I like the way that it's soft. I like the way that it's pliable, that it doesn't feel as plasticky as no-show mesh or whatever mesh you're using. And when you're doing a project like this, it is not a stabilizer. I would not just use this as my main stabilizer, but we have backing fabric that has been stabilized with Shapeflex. So there's enough there to keep my embroidery looking gorgeous that I don't need that no-show mesh. So when I'm doing Kimberbell quilts or I'm doing OESD quilts or something like that, then I just use the muslin. And in our store, we carry the 90-inch muslin, which is kind of like a roll of stabilizer. And then you can cut it down to whatever size you want to cut it down to. So like for this instance, for this, I wrote in here, I'm going to be using my 7x12 magnetic hoop for the Lucky and the Rainbow Block, and I kind of explained that I was going to be pinching the design. Cut your muslin 16.5 by width of fabric for the 7x12 magnetic hoop. So that's what I did for this, and then this is the perfect size. I don't always run my muslin left to right, unless this is where the empty space is going to be. Most of the time I run my muslin vertically because I'm scooting the design up, and my leftover muslin is going to be here at the bottom. So it's totally up to you. In this case, I figure I'll use this for all my mini quilts that have the 12.5-inch blocks. This is going to be, I'll set this aside, and I'll just keep running them left to right. Hopefully that makes sense. And if it doesn't, just do what I'm telling you to do, and then it'll be fantastic. All right, so we have 9 minutes of stitching here. I am going to, I will be right back. I am going to leave my machine unattended. I know. This is when bad stuff happens, but nothing bad is going to happen right now. But I'm going to go get ready for the day because I am going to be stopping in at this store today. All right. So now it wants to do... That's so funny that it didn't do all of that, isn't it? I wonder why. I'm sure there's a reason. So it wants to do the green, and I'm doing that in Clover. So let me go ahead and put that in. Good thing that was like a fast 9 minutes. I was just answering emails. I get a lot of emails. If ever you send me an email and then you don't hear back. Number one, sometimes I write emails and then I don't hit send. I don't know what my problem is. So we're on step number 5, stitch the LUC satin outline 2. That's the worst when that happens. And then the other thing is sometimes I want to give you a lot of love and attention. And so I go, I'm going to answer this later, and then I forget, and it gets buried in my emails. So I never mean to ignore anyone. You should just always just email me again. There's really not much going on with this one. We are just going to be stitching the outer white and then the inner clover. You could always choose a different color too if you want it to like pop more. Something darker, something lighter. Mine really matches pretty well. It's just the clover, and that's always nice too. And then after we're done with this, do I have time? I want to go ahead and I think the rainbows one is going to take a while. So I'll come back and I will stitch that out this evening. It's so adorable. You know when you get in the mode of sewing and stitching? Like sometimes it takes me a little while to get into the groove, but once I'm in the groove, I don't want to stop. That's how I'm feeling right now. Like I wish today was just a sit down and stitch all day. But unfortunately it's not. It's going to be a go to the store and ship orders out day. gorgeous. 10 more minutes on this screen just to do this L. And then we'll do the, I wonder if they split up the digitizing like that for people who had to use smaller hoops. I think that's what it is. Did I choose the wrong design? I don't think I did. I really want to do another embroidery. I might leave this like this and then do the clover because I think the clover is going to be pretty fast. Let's see. In case we do the clover, let's come on over here. I'm doing the clover in the 5x7. It is, I think, 4.5 by 4.5, and that extra ½ inch bumps you out of the 4x4 hoop. So we have to go into our 5x7 hoop, which is no big deal, especially because we're leaving this on. We're leaving it on the. I guess can I say we're leaving it on the roll? So first thing I'm gonna do. This is my 90 inch. I just love 90 inch. I know there's somebody that sent a note because they had trouble dealing with the 90 inch. You can always cut it down. I mean, 90 inch is really just 45 inch, 2 pieces. So if you feel like this is too much, you can trim it down. So here's my roll. You could put it on a roll if you wanted. When I'm doing a 5x7, I cut it 9.5. Did I do 9 inches? 9 inches is perfect. Okay, here we go. Do I have some more big wonder clips? I sure do. And even if I was using regular stabilizer, I would leave it on the roll. At this point, stabilizer is expensive. So why not save some money? Unless it's stressful for you and you feel like this gets in the way and you just don't like it, then cut it. You do not have to do what I'm doing. I want you to do whatever makes your heart happy and doesn't stress you out. So I'm set up. If I want to do the clover, I could go ahead and do the clover. Here's my fabric for the clover. Let's pick our colors too. And I've been adding, so I'll add that to the spreadsheet and then I will post this spreadsheet once I add everything. So background quilting, this is the Seafoam, and I think I picked, oh, isn't that, this is Seafoam too. Seafoam. So this is what I'm going to do for the quilting is the Seafoam. And then we're going to need the satin outline. And we're going to do the satin outline for this. And I had picked 2 different colors. I think I'm going to use this one. So aloe. So I'm going to use aloe for that side. And for this side, I'm going to use the clover. We're back over here. Just talking. Just saying. Okay, now we want to do white again. So let's go ahead and put our white back in. Hang on. Let me get my embroidery yarn. So Clover is so fantastic. And if ever you want me to do an order for you of glide thread, I can do whatever special order you want. It just takes, you know, it takes me about a week to get it in. Okay, 7 minutes of stitching. I'm going to use this, and I can add it to the spreadsheet. Why sit around? So this is what I'm going to use right here. Do I even need that? Oh, look at that. Look it. So they want the same color. That goes all the way around that. And they used the lighter color. So let's get rid of aloe. And we're just going to use this for the quilting. This for the outline stitch for both of the clovers, the ones that go vertically and the ones that go horizontally, and white. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to the spreadsheet, but again, seafoam for the quilting, clover, and white. Do we have time? Hopefully we do. All right, let's go ahead and put Clover back in. That's going to do that inside satin stitch. It's 9 minutes of stitching, and then we are done. I really want to remind you again, you need to remember, if you're doing this the way I'm doing this, then you need to remember to trim your block 4.5 by 12.5 and not 4.5 by 12. Oh my goodness. I just looked in my little scrap bin where I throw things away, and this had fallen in there. I would have been... Is that where all my scissors went? They all fell in the trash. I don't know about you, but I have dug through the trash looking for stuff before. I've never found anything good. All right, this is 9 minutes of stitching. I've got 3 minutes left of my stitch out. And doesn't this look cute? Are we so lucky? I always feel lucky. Well, not always, but most of the time I feel pretty darn lucky. So I'm gonna, when I go to trim it, I'm gonna leave these stitches so I can kind of fussy cut. These you don't have to worry about. You're almost cutting right on these lines. And I'll use my 4.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. There's some things that I'll use my pop rulers for, and then there's some things I think it's gonna be easier just to use a regular ruler. So I'll go ahead and trim that before I sew. After I trim it, I'm gonna rip out these stitches right here, because this is gonna be right about on the sew line. So you just wanna get rid of those so you don't have to try and pick them out later. It'll be easier to trim it, pull out those stitches, and then you're gonna sew it all together. I'll demo that. I'll show you how I'm gonna do that later on so you can see, but that's what I plan on doing. And I love that I just kept this in my 7 by 12 hoop or your 8 by 12 hoop, and I didn't have to use my 9.5 by 14 just for that extra ½ inch that the quilting's going to add. When you add the quilting design, it bumps you out ½ an inch from your embroidery designs, ½ an inch bigger. I'm always gonna do that. And that block is done. I hope you feel lucky, and I will join you back here for the either the Clover block or the rainbow block. All right, so I am going to go ahead and stitch out the rainbow so I can stay in my 7 by 12 hoop. So let's go ahead and re-hoop first. I'm going to, whoops, it's falling down on my head. I'm going to get this out of the way. We'll do this in a little bit. This is Clover. So let's unroll this so we can re-hoop. I'm going to take my magnets off. And you want to leave one embroidery on. That's the way you can snug up nice and close. I kicked the dogs out of the room. Momo's at the door yipping. Because I'm the love of his life. So he always wants to be with me. I think it's because I hand fed him as a puppy. All right, so we're going to do it just like this. I can kind of see everything underneath. He's reminding me that he's there. Ooh, you can get a little blood blister with these too, so be careful. I'm just smoothing it. You don't want to pull. Like, you don't want to pull too far because you can stretch your muslin. And we are hooped and ready to go, and I'm going to do the next to the line, and I'm going to snug it right over here. So I'm going to go ahead and slide this on to my machine. Oh, I didn't clip my muslin. I'm clipping it right now just to keep it neat and tidy. And these are Clover, I think they're the jumbo clips. We carry these at the store. I think they come in a pack of maybe 24, something like that. Here is our fabric that we're going to be working with. The quilting, I'm going to be doing that with the seafoam. Where's my seafoam? Here it is. I brought it over to the other machine, and I'll go ahead and add the colors as we go. Let's go on over to the machine. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with just spraying the batting and the big piece of background fabric. We're going to start with that. So let me take that over, and then we'll spray all our applications. Aren't these fantastic? Do those just look gorgeous or what? Okay, let's go to the machine. Let's come on over and load our design. Ooh, ooh. Let me find my handy dandy sheet. Where's the sheet? Here's our spreadsheet. So I'm going to come in here. Oh, you know what? I have to take the hoop off because I was gone. And I just got back again, and so I had to turn the machine off and on again. Here, I'm going to pause, and then I'll come back once it's ready. Okay, and I decided not to slide my hoop on because the 12.5-inch quilting design is going to be outside my embroidery field for my hoop, so it's going to complain about that, so I'll put it on later. So we are going to go to mini quilts, quilting. And the quilting design for rainbow is going to be St. Patrick's, the 4x12 again. So we're going to use that. Here's my design. It's going to load it at 12.5 inches, so it's big. I'm going to shrink that first because then I don't have to worry about moving the design. So I'm going to go edit, size, and I'm squeezing it, and I think we figured out it was 3 clicks to make it fit in there, which really came out to 11.75. I'm not sure why the 12 won't fit, but it doesn't. And then we're going to add, don't move that first design. Whoops, I'm in the lower USB. Mini quilts, embroidery designs. I'm in March, and we are adding the rainbow. Okay, the reason I'm doing this, why I did that, is because I want to stay in my 7x12-inch hoop or your 8x12-inch hoop, and I don't feel like bumping up to the 9.5x14-inch hoop. The only thing you have to remember is when you cut it, you're not going to cut right to the 12-inch line. You're going to cut 12.5. 1/4 inch on this side, 1/4 inch on this side. Embroidery design is exactly the same size that it's supposed to be. I love it that way. And our design is loaded just like it's supposed to be loaded. Align, it's center aligned. That's their center aligned design. And we are done. We're going to go embroidery. There's our stitch out, and I am also going to go to, I'm going to go to this page because we're going to be skipping stitches. So as far as thread color goes, I just want a color that is going to show. And I'm going to be doing my quilting in seafoam, but I do want to see that outside line so I can fussy cut. So I'm going to go ahead and just put in taffy because taffy makes us laughy. That's a really bad joke. First thing it's going to do is going to do a placement line for the batting. Why do I have a, see, I have a red light, so I haven't even slid on my hoop's not even on yet. Red light means no-go, and then you have to figure out why it's a no-go. Oh, the other thing is, this is going to stitch in the center of my hoop. I don't want that. I want it to be scooted over. So I'm going to go layout, move, and let's scoot it all the way to the left of the hoop. And that way we save all of our muslin. Back there. Okay, placement stitch first. While it's stitching, I'm grabbing my batting and my background piece. I'm going to spray spraying in my spray tent so it doesn't go all over the room, and spray the wrong side of your muslin and the wrong side of your background fabric. If you want to see, here, you can watch. You can watch. Don't go crazy. It doesn't have to be so much spray. There is my batting. It's a little small for these large pieces, but that's okay. We just make it work, right? Here's my background. Is that the... Check it. You don't want to spray the right side of your fabric. All right. First, we're going to lay down... Oh, I forgot to cut off that 1/2 inch. Remember, you want your... you want this to be 12, and I'm going to cut off that 1/2 inch. It would have been more ideal to do it before I sprayed, but I forgot. Where's my little ruler? I'm going to trim this off screen. You're not seeing it. Here it is, sticking to my ruler. Okay, let's lay that down now. I gotta remember that. I mean, it's all new. You know, what I'm doing right now is new to me. So, I'm also gonna lay down my background piece over this. Just kind of center it. You just want about 1 inch on both sides, and the top and the bottom. Oop, I am like way not centered. Let me bring this down a little bit. I wasn't really centered with the other one either, but it was fine. Okay, and I can feel, that feels good. I'm gonna go ahead and push that down, and then we're gonna skip some steps. So this orange is the tack down for the batting. We don't need that because we cut it to size 4.5 inches by 12. Oh, you know what? I probably should have left that 1/2 inch in there. Yeah, I should have left that in there because we're sewing to the outside. Don't trim that next time. It'll be fine. Don't trim that. You need that 1/2 inch because you're actually going to be cutting around that. Sorry. I won't trim it next time. We need that. Okay, so this is placement for the background, tack down for the background. You know, sometimes it's a learning experience, and you're learning with me. I'm learning too. I'm doing this in the taffy so I can fussy cut, so I can see it, and it's easier to see, and the contrast will make it easier to see. And I like to kind of hold this down, kind of tickle it, just to make sure everything lays as flat as possible. Okay, don't trim that batting. Keep it, because you're going to be trimming to the 12.5. Okay, now I'm going to put in the seafoam, and I'm going to do the quilting stitch. This is a 32-minute stitch out. That last one that we did, the Lucky, that was 45 minutes. I thought this was going to be way longer. The thing that's going to take longer is we have a lot of applique to be trimming. So even though it's a 32-minute stitch out, it's probably going to take us an hour with all the placement stitches and then the trim and all of that. Right. And go ahead and do your quilting stitch. Here we go. So we are right here. Option 1, we did our center alignment. Sorry, I don't know why it's making it bounce. And then after quilting, go to the embroidery instructions, which are gonna be over here. Load the embroidery file. Ours is already loaded. We're gonna stitch the stripe 1 placement line, which is right here. So we're just gonna go ahead and follow these instructions. So cute. Let's grab our threads. So right over here, we can grab all of our thread colors. Whoop. Where's this loose? I'm going to tighten that up. Ruler. So it looks like all of these are going to be, color doesn't make a difference for the applique. The only colors, color's going to make a difference when it starts here, when we do the satin outline. So we need the colors that are going to match this. So I'm going to use Amethyst for the purple. This one is Ica. We'll use Mint Julep for the Ica. For this one, we're going to use Tide Water. Here we go. Sorry. Let's see if I can get this arm to stay up here. This one right here, I couldn't find like a great, I mean, we could use Clover for that. I also grabbed this, which I thought was perfect. This one is, that's going to be a little bit dark. You know what? Let's stick with it. We'll use Clover. Cornflower. Peach. And taffy. So I'll go ahead and add all those colors into this spreadsheet. Sometimes a little darker contrast is going to be cute anyways. So we'll add that in. There are our colors all selected. So these are Kimberbell Silky Solids, and they don't have a right or a wrong side. So I'm going to just go ahead and take them and put them. Are we starting with the outermost ones? We are. So I'm going to take the big ones. Let's put these in the spray tent, and we are going to give them a little shot of spray. And then I'll spray the rest of them. Don't go crazy. That was like, did you hear how lightly I was spraying? It was just a little sprinkle of spray. All right. Color does not make a difference. So, but we should put something in that's going to have a little bit of contrast for us so you can see it. I would choose something on the lighter side. You know what? We might as well let's just go with white. Let's go with white because you'll see it against the Ice Castle, which is the background color that we're using. Okay, first one. This is going to be the outermost rainbow. So we're load the stripe 1 fabric, stripe 1 placement line, and place the stripe 1 fabric right side up. Then we'll do the tack down, and then we're going to trim close to the stitch line. We're going to do that for all of them. So I'm going to grab my taffy, and you know, if you do this again, you could just leave your fat 16th or whatever piece it was fully intact, and you could just lay it down as you go, or you can just cut it. Whatever works best for you. Okay. So there we go. Now we're going to do the tack down and then we're going to trim. I'm going to use my snips for this. These are like the perfect for one layer of fabric or one layer with the shape flex on it. It works great with both. This is my therapy, throwing away pieces of fabric, because I would hoard this. But you know what? I'm not doing it. I have so much stuff I'm hoarding. I need to draw the line. And you're not going to see this white stitch. It's going to go underneath your, it'll go underneath your satin stitch. It looks adorable already. That taffy against the ice castle. Go ahead and trim. You could use your AccuQuilt. I think there's, not your AccuQuilt, your Scan and Cut or whatever cutter you have, and the SVG files. I need to get in the habit of that. Okay, there we go. Because it is nice to just lay those down. Next one, placement stitch. You'll look on your screen and you're going to see it's turquoise. And when you see turquoise, you know that's a placement stitch. So all of these right here, do you see them? That's going to be placement, tack down, all of that turquoise and the turquoise and orange. So grab your creamsicle fabric. We're going to lay that down next. Make sure it's covering both sides and all the way up from the top to the bottom. Do your tack down and trim. I love machine applique. I just love it. You know, and it doesn't use as much stitches. Imagine if we were doing a satin stitch and all of this was thread and it would pull in and it would take a long time. So it's nice. This is almost like coloring with fabric. And don't worry about the white stitch. It's going to be covered over. Okay, now time to trim. Here we go. Back this up so I can see. And if you want, you can throw this into your scrap bin. Just because I'm going through therapy doesn't mean you have to. And I'm not really going through therapy. This is my self-imposed therapy to help me stop hoarding everything. There we go. Let's do placement line. Now the next piece that's gonna go down is gonna be the yellow. And while it's doing that, I'm gonna spray the other pieces because I couldn't fit them all in the hoop. I just put in the last 4 applique pieces. Is this just the cutest? Oh my God, it just makes my heart happy. And I love projects like that. Yellow is one of those fabrics where it makes me go, maybe we should have put Shape Flex on the back. Because it's light and you can see some shadowing through. Did I miss that? Nope, it just said background fabric. All right, and then trim. Oh, it's so cute. I love rainbows. Who doesn't love a good rainbow? I wish we weren't covering up this little guy, that rainbow in the quilting. But I like that little star there. I love the quilting on the lighter fabric because you can really see it. Okay. We know where the next rainbow is. You could kind of skip that placement line if you want, but let's go ahead and do it. I don't want to throw anyone off. We are on step number... I think we're right here. I think we're like 7 and 8 because that's where the darker fabric comes in. My photocopy doesn't look so great. Okay, lay down your lime fabric next. Tack down. Okay, we should probably slide that down where I can get to the top too. Oh, geez. It's just so cute. Okay, now we're going to put this fabric down. Tide water. And these were just applique pieces. That's why when we were cutting them, I was like, oh, it doesn't have to be perfect. The only time they really need to be perfect is when you're doing pieces that are going to be used for piecing. Trim that. 2 more. Next goes down, I think it's Ice Castle, that like minty green. And then the purple. And guess what? I'm going to skip the placement stitch for the last one because we know exactly where it's going to go. So the turquoise step, I'm going to skip that. Let's trim it. The purple's going to go right here, right? So let's just do the tack down. So you're going to skip the turquoise, the next step, which is turquoise. That's your placement line for the purple. And you can do it if you want. I never want to force you into doing something you're not comfortable doing. Well, actually, I do every once in a while because you know, growth isn't comfortable. And I'm just going to take this and put it down and cover that. But we need to skip it. So this is our placement. That is our tack down. So we are going to go ahead and do that. And that is step number 14. And now, once we trim this, we're going to start doing our satin stitching. We just went ahead and completed all of this. I know, right? You didn't even know you were doing all of that, but we just did all of that. And now we're going to start with, we're going to trim, and we're going to start with these, and those are all going to be the satin stitches until we get to some mylar. The mylar that's going to go down for the stars. How fun. Okay. That is one happy looking rainbow. I'm going to take my thread out and let's go ahead and we're going to start with amethyst. And you can use any color you want. You don't even have to use a lavender. You can use, maybe you want a happy gothy rainbow and you just want to do everything in black. Or you would just want to do everything in white. Whatever works for you. And it doesn't outline the whole thing. It just does the stitch in between, like the amethyst and the ice castle. Next color we're going to do is I'm going to do mint julep. So this is going to be my next color. We are going to use some mylar too, so while it's stitching you can grab your mylar. I do not trim it down. I mean, I'm just going to use like the whole piece, or I have scraps of mylar and I like to use those first. Okay, mint julep. Let's go ahead and thread up. Need some room for my hand to get by. I have tons of Mylar in my scrap bin, so I'm just going to use that. And after this color, I'm going to use Tide Water. All right, let's put in my Tide Water. So I don't really use a spool pin when I'm doing this, because you're going to see it just spools off really nicely and it doesn't even move. But if you are going to use something, you want to use that little gray one that kind of fits inside the hole on your mini cone. And I think I lost mine. I'll have to look and see if I can find it. I'll also show you how I'm gonna like undo my thread, because when I'm done, I don't cut here and then pull at the needle. I unthread it. So you have to make sure your foot is up, which will open up this little trapdoor, and I'll show you exactly what I mean by that. And then for the next color, I'm going to be using Clover. So this is what I mean. So you need to make sure that the little trapdoor opens. That means that the foot is up. And if you need to do it manually, do it manually. Just make sure the foot is up. And then I unthread. So I don't pull back, but I just go ahead and I unthread to right here, step number 2. And when the foot's up, that just comes right out. So you don't have to cut it and then pull it at the needle. Let me put in my Clover, which is a shade darker than that lime. The other color I pulled out of my stash that looked really, really good was the, that Isocord color. I think it was Isocord 6051. I really love this. I'll use this a lot of times. This is the Dash Glide color card. And so I was trying to match it up, and I was thinking key lime might be really good, and that's a color that I don't have. So the one I'm using right now is Clover right here. A little bit darker than I want it to be. And key lime, I think I could try that. So I'm gonna order that. I'm gonna put it in my cart. Every time I do an order, I like throw 1 or 2 spools in. So slowly I've been accumulating, but this is the most up-to-date color card for Dash Filtech, and this is for Glide. And that looks so good too. I know it's a shade darker, but it still looks awesome. Again, I'm going to unthread under here, not pulling back, under thread to there, comes right out. And now I'm going to put in corn flour, this one. It's a little brighter than the yellow in there, but it looks really pretty. I like to cinch those down. My dogs are barking. We gotta bring them in. Oh, mint looks so good. Next, I'm going to be using peach. As the stripes are getting bigger, of course, it's taking longer. This is 3 minutes. I can't wait to do April. April has reverse applique. I don't even know if I'm sure I've done reverse applique, right? Like I've done so much embroidery, but April is just so cute with those little windows with the eggs. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to do that one. I'm trying to get through this one so I can get to that one. I love them all. I love mini quilts. Mini quilts make my heart happy. So if you want to get kits, we sell the kits at the store. So we have fabric kits, and then we sell all the other stuff, the embellishments and the embroidery design. And this is just such a great way for me to get back in because I haven't been doing much stitching. And then I have this little smiley face right here that always looks back at me while I'm stitching. Isn't he cute? This is also 3 minutes, but it's got to be more like 3 to 4. And for the last stitch out, I'm going to be doing it in taffy. And my last color for the rainbow is going to be the taffy. Go ahead and put that in. And then all we have to do are the Mylar stars, and this block is done. I think this is a great beginner project because you get to learn some technique. You're not locked into like a long, huge project that might be a little overwhelming. And for the stars, those are just going to be in white. So for step number 22 and 23, we're going to be stitching that with white thread. And again, my white lives up on my thread stand. Here's April's kit. I can't wait. I know mine has like markings on it because that's from us cutting the kits. Okay, so it wants us to stitch the star placement lines, and it wants that in white. So let's go ahead and I use my thread organizer, my thread tray organizer, but it doesn't fit right on the very front of my machine, my table. Okay, here we go. There are a lot of stars too. That's going to make it so sparkly. So you're really going to have to pay attention to where they are, and you'll know because it's going to stop in between them. The needle will be right above where it's going to go. And I'm going to be using all that Mylar that I've been hoarding. That's been in my scrap bin. Or you could just lay down one piece. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 14 stars. I can tell you right now, if you sit here and just watch them stitch out, they take a long time. So step away, go do something. So these are nice because they're going to cut in between, and then you can kind of, I'm just going to hit start. You can just pull away the Mylar. Okay, so here it's going to go ahead and cut, and I'm just going to hit the stop button, and it's going to go to the next one, and I'm just going to go ahead and pull this away, and then I can lay it down for the next one. There we go. Oh, they're so cute, aren't they? Let me put my foot up so I can see how much I need for this one. I'll just put this down right here. There we go. Fun. And if your Mylar flips back, it's okay. I just ran out of bobbin thread, so let's get a new bobbin. You always want to hit your cut button so you're not dragging that bobbin thread and the upper thread around. And let's go ahead and take this one out. Here we go. It should spool off on the right hand side, not on the left. No, I just said that. I said that and I thought about it. It should spool off on the left hand side, not the right. Holy cow. Good thing I corrected myself, right? Everyone would be doing it wrong. Actually, you'd be like, Jeannie doesn't know what she's talking about. It should spool off on the left, not on the right. P for perfect. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit this once it cuts. And it's going to go over to the next section, but it won't start stitching. I'll put my foot up so I can see where it goes. I'll pull this back. We'll put this down. Oh, there's like a little, whole little grouping of them right here. So let's make sure it gets them all. And if your Mylar flips back and folds over and doubles up, that's totally fine. It'll look even more gorgeous. Okay, so there's 3 stars that are together. right now, so I'm going to let it do all 3, and then I'll hit the stop button, and I'll reposition. Here's my 3rd. I wonder if it'll go all the way over to this star over here. That one's kind of close to the edge, so I'm going to hit the stop button, and I'll pull my Mylar away for these. Okay, let me pull this away. And I pull in towards the star. And we can get all the little itty bitty pieces. I'll get those later. It looks like we're doing this one right here. I'll grab my tweezers and we'll get all of that stuff later on. How about we just put this down here? I'm gonna put my foot up, splat this back, and that should be plenty for that one. Start stop. Once it does this one and shows me where it's going to go to the next one. I think it's going to be that one in the rainbow. Put my foot up. Where is that one? Right here? Okay. Once it starts stitching, I'll move my finger. I'm not taping. That's a little bit of a bigger one. Where do we have a bigger spot? Right here. Right there. And peel this away. Again, I'll get all the nitty gritty. So it wants to do this little one right here. That's what you want. That's what you get. Did I not pull? That wasn't down all the way. I feel like it goes faster when we're doing this decorative stitch and I'm involved because I'm watching and I'm hitting that start stop button and I'm making sure that it's in the right spot. It's kind of exciting. This is called exciting Mylar placement. Okay, I have these two. So let's get into a big section right here and we'll do both of those. Of course you want to use Mylar for the stars. Look at this shimmer and shine. And you can tape if you want. You just really don't need to. Start, stop. Foot up. Pull it towards you and pull back towards your stars. And we have one down here and then two more to go. over here. Let's see. Oh, look at all of this over here. I don't use that. I'm going to use this right here in the middle. Hit your start stop to get it to stop before it starts stitching in the next spot. I'm just gonna rip this up, and I have one more good spot right over here. I think we can fit both of these stars. Oh yes we can. And then I'll rip away all of this excess stuff that we don't need. Whoops, didn't pull down my thing all the way. Oh, you know what? I don't think I do have it over enough, so I'm just going to do this big one. And I am going to stop it because I'm kind of right at the edge with my other star. So close, but I won't get that little tip, and I want the whole thing. I want shine and shimmer on the whole thing. It up. Let me go ahead and rip this away. And guess what? This is pretty used up. So let me go ahead and we're going to throw that away. Yes, I do. I do throw things away. And we're just doing that last little star right there. Look at all of this. And we'll go right there. I can't really tell where it is, but somewhere around there. So that was step number 23 to completion. And now it wants you to stitch the trimming guide. So you just need a color that has contrast. There's enough contrast with the white. Let me pull that away. So I'm just going to leave the white in. We're going to do, whoops, sorry about that. Hit my filming arm. This is your trimming guideline because your fabric kind of pulls in as you're stitching. So you want to do the trim guideline. What you don't want to do is this step right here. It says do not stitch this step. These lines are for design placement only, and just do it. You're going to know it's the last step. I know it's not going to say 25 on yours because we combined with our quilting, but right here is step number 30. Don't do that, but you have this one that has like the little outie. That's going to help you center. And now you can go in with your tweezers and you can pull away any of this leftover mylar. Holy cuteness. All right. I'm in love. I'm in love with you, March Mini Quilt. I didn't know I was going to feel this way, but I do. I love you so much. Oh my, I don't know if you can appreciate those. Look at that. Holy cow. I just love you so much. And we are done, aside from trimming, and I'll do that all in another video. We're done with our rainbow block. And next block is going to be, I say next block we do the clover because it's already hooped up and ready to go. So we're going to do clover. So I just finished stitching out the rainbow and it is so stinking cute. Look at those mylar stars. Are those just absolutely adorable? And I thought I would just go ahead and start with the clover. And I'm already hooped up. I don't know what that little piece is. But here's the clover. I'm going to do this block next. And here is my fabric. This is, I think the final cut size for this is going to be 4.5 by 4.5. So I'm doing it in a 5 by 7, and we'll nudge our design all the way up to the top. Hang on a second there. And Clover. Yeah. So it's going to be 4.5 by 4.5 when we're done, 4 by 4 after we sew it all together. I'm going to go put this on my machine, or by my machine, and let's load everything up. And I think we decided on, the only colors we needed were Clover. Where's Clover? Clover, where are you? Here's Clover. And the other color was white, and I have my white already on my machine. So let's go on over there and get started. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I have to put this down and this up, or else nothing stays. Is it okay to resume? I'm going to cancel because I'm done with the other embroidery. It left one step. Do you remember that? One step that we weren't supposed to stitch. Here's all my goodies. Let's slide on that hoop. And I have it in my lower USB. We're going to go mini quilts. We're doing the quilting design first. Yes, I love you too. Okay, Poppy likes to sit on my lap, and she is a big chunky butt, so doesn't work very well. But this is how I'm trying to sew right now, and she's just way too big. Way too big, Poppy. Okay, let me see if I can get rid of her. Hang on. Oh no. Okay, I will be right back. I am back. Okay, so we are putting in Pebbles 2 4x4 horizontal. Pebbles 2. Here we go. And embroidery files. PES. And 4x4. There's two 4x4s. Horizontal will come in first. So I'm going to choose that one and set it. I'm going to add to that. And everything is centered. So we are going to add. I'm in my lower USB. And mini quilts. Embroidery designs. March. And there's Clover. And let's go ahead and set that. We're not going to move it right now. I'm just going to go ahead and say, well, let's choose our hoop size. And I'm in the 5x7 because we're going to be bumping it up. I'm going to say okay to that. I'm going to say embroidery. And we're going to scoot it up. My hoop's on. It's already on. So I can just go ahead and move it up, and it will not move out of my embroidery field. She's got to go. She's a menace. She's just over there just making some noise. All right, let's see if we can get some stitching done. First thing we're going to do, placement stitch. And the quilting is going to be on the seafoam, which is seafoam. So I'm going to grab my seafoam thread right now. Is it right under here? It's right here. Here's my seafoam thread. So, but I'm going to do a color that I can see on top of that. Why don't we just do taffy? And let me take my white out because my white is in there right now, but I want something that I can really see. And I don't think this one's going to take too long. Sage is here visiting with her sisters, one from the UK, one that moved to the UK, and her other sister. So it's been a while since I've had the Ziering sisters all together. And we're going to do dinner, so I'm trying to get this done before we go. Here are all our pieces of fabric. I'm going to go ahead and give the batting and my background fabric a shot of spray in my dime spray tint. Nothing really too interesting to see. You'll hear it, but you won't see it. All right, so let's lay down your batting first. And now I'm going to lay down my background fabric. And I'm just going to make sure that it covers the whole thing. And let's go ahead and we are going to skip some steps. So I'm going to touch layout. That shows me what's stitching. And if you go down here, this is where you go forward and backward stitches right there. And I'm skipping the tack down for my batting because I cut it to size. I'm skipping my placement for my background fabric because I already placed it. I am going to do my tack down. And it's nice to do a contrasting color. It makes it easier to fussy cut once we trim this block out. And then I'll go ahead and I'll put the seafoam in to do the quilting. And I'm just going to kind of hold it and just make sure everything is uber flat. And now let's do our quilting stitch. And you could do it in a color. I think it's nice to just do tone on tone so it's not too distracting from the embroidery that's on top. However, there's plenty of times where I see other people's finished product and I'm like, I should have been bolder with my choices. Look how cute theirs is. Mine's not cute like that. I'm not a big risk taker. Let's just say that. Okay. I'm also going to take these fabrics, one of which I cut way too big. But here are my two fabrics for the Clover, and I'm going to give these a shot of spray on the back so I can just lay them down. Doesn't that look cute just with the wave? Adorable. So here we go right here. We did a center alignment. After quilting, go to embroidery instructions. We're going to, after the quilting's done, stitch leaves one placement line, and then we'll put our fabric down. First fabric we're going to put down is this stripe, the little pinstripe one. And then we'll do the tack down and trim, and then we're going to place the other fabric. That's going to go horizontal and tack down and trim. And then we're going to stitch the Clover satin outline. What's the Clover satin outline? Let's just make sure we're picking the right color. Yeah, I think I'm doing Clover. All right, I'm going to take this out. So color doesn't make a difference for the next Clover. I'm just going to leave. Oh, look at that. I already took the thread out. The next color that will make a difference is going to be this color. So why don't we put this in? We'll put this in right now. I already put it out, and then I was running around looking for a phone and then came back and forgot what I had been doing because Patrick had called and I didn't answer it because it's hard to deal with it when you're filming. So we're going to put the pinstripe fabric down, and your pinstripe should be running vertically. And I cut my fabric way too long. I must not have been paying attention. Oh, this one really is a quickie. It's 12 minutes altogether, and the part that's going to take the longest is going to be the satin stitch around all of it. Okay, here we go. I have a puppy that just wants to be in my arms. So check it and just make sure it's covering the whole thing. I need a bigger chair. I think I need a lazy boy. Okay. Should I get another chair that you'll fit into? Is that what we need? Get down. Okay, you sit here. I think the solution is I need to stand and sew. That's it. Let's go ahead and trim close to the stitch line. And now we're going to do the placement for the other two clovers. Slide it on. And now we're going to place the, I think this is called no, this is called, I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called. This fabric down next. We'll do the tack down. Make sure you're covering the whole thing. And then we'll trim. And then it's a satin stitch, and this puppy is done. So we are on step number 4, and now we're going to go ahead and trim. Once that's done, go ahead and move that down. And there's going to be a satin stitch, but you do want to get close to the stitch. If you don't get close enough, sometimes the fabric can peek out underneath and it just looks a little messy. So you'll do it one time and then you'll go, ooh, I needed to get closer than that. Let me slide that back on. And the last step is, step 5 is going to do the satin stitch. And then we have to do our oh, we have some Mylar stars on this too. Okay. Feel lucky to have Mylar stars. This is 7 minutes of stitching. I'm going to go check on Little Miss Poppy. Doesn't that look gorgeous? Perfect color. Clover. How appropriate, right? It's clover and it's stitching a clover. And then we're going to grab the Mylar again. I'm going to see what I can squeeze out of this. Just kidding. That was just a joke. Although it's a joke, but not really. I think if I was like not filming and by myself, then I would be trying to use. There's a little spot I see that could be used. So it's good therapy for me. It's in the trash. I pulled it out of the trash, but I put it back in the trash. Next color we're going to be using is white, and we're going to do the stars just like we did them in the rainbow. And it looks like there's only 2 stars, so that'll go super quick. cute. Okay, so I'm going to just blow those threads out of the way because I don't want the stars going under those. I don't want there to be dark threads. And we're going to put our white thread in, so let's go ahead and take out Clover. What's happening here? It's going to do the placement for the 2 Mylar stars. Ooh, they're little too. And then you're going to leave the white in to do the star fill and decorative outline. So here is my Mylar, and I'm going to go ahead and do this one first, right there. And I'm going to touch the start stop button so I can reposition my Mylar for the other one. So as soon as I hear it cut. There's the cut. And it's still going to move over to the other position. I'm just going to pull this up. Just like that. And then we'll go ahead and do this one over here. We'll just do that. Now I have this big old crinkly piece, and it'll still look gorgeous for when I use it for the next project. That was step number 7, and step number 8 says do not stitch this step. These lines are for design placement only. Remove the block from the hoop, and we are done. I'm just going to give that a little snip right there. We can get it later too. Those are cute. Just a little twinkle. And we have one more block to go. And that block is... It is right here. Pot of gold. And that's going to be 4 by 8. And I think I'm going to do that in the 4.5 by 8.5. Let's go ahead and do it in the... I think I'll do it in the 6 by 10. So let me get my 6 by 10 hooped up for that. Hey everyone, it's Jeannie from A-1 Vacuum and Sewing, and I'm getting ready to stitch out Pot of Gold. And this is from March's mini quilt. Let's show you the picture again. Is that just adorable? And I've actually filmed the other videos, and I've been waiting on this one. This is my first time filming in quite a while. Have low expectations. You won't be disappointed. Just don't expect a lot. This is my first time post-surgery doing anything, so I'm hoping it's going to be okay. First of all, I have my fabric pack, and we've prepped everything beforehand. So here's all the fabric. Here's my embellishment kit. I wasn't going to get the embellishment kit, but I really wanted, I'm doing it just because I want that piece of like copper leather. And I decided, I wasn't sure what size hoop I was going to do this in, because you are adding the quilting. It is going to bump us out of any of the 8-inch hoops. So the design is going to be 4.5 by 8.5. So I said to myself, I'm going to use the 9.5 by 9.5. So here's my 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. I'm going to be using muslin as my, I'd call it my base, not really my stabilizer, but kind of like my stabilizer. And why don't we go ahead and hoop up? And if you're doing this, mine is, let me measure it. Mine is 13.5 inches to fit into this hoop, which is perfect. So 9.5 by 14 or 9.5 by 9.5, the 13 by width of fabric. And my muslin is 90 inch. I leave it on the roll like this. And when we go ahead and do our design, because it's only 4 inches, 8.5 by 4.5, I'm going to scoot the design up to this top portion of the hoop, and that way we'll save the rest of it. Okay, arrows on top. That's the top of your hoop. And can I push? Can I push down? I don't know what I can and cannot do at this point. I don't know if I have strength or I don't have strength. So let's go ahead and pull that up again. There we go. After you're hooped, you're going to want to grab your fabric and pull inward. And don't pull too hard. We don't want to distort the weave. We just want to pull so that it is nice and flat. And get your Momo and Poppy hairs off of here. That's my two dogs. Okay, I'm going to clip this again. These are the extra large Wonder Clips. And that way it'll keep it nice and tidy. And I'm going to go ahead and put this on my machine. And you're going to leave this just like it is. If you want, you can tighten this hoop up. You're going to hand tighten. And then you're going to take your hoop tightener, this, which has a little screwdriver in it, fits right over that screw. And then just tighten it just a little bit more. You don't want to over tighten it. Okay, I'm going to put this on my machine. I already have a white free-one bobbin in there, and here are my threads in my thread tray that I'm going to be using. I'll add the colors that I'm going to be using, and black, of course. There's my never-ending black. Here are all my cutting supplies, and let's go to the machine. I'm moving a little slow. I'm a little, oh look, I didn't even turn on lights. Hang on. Let me get some lights on. Light makes all the difference. Okay. Let's go ahead and sit down. Let's pull up our design. And let me get my book and my spreadsheet. So on the spreadsheet, it says that we're going to be using Pebbles 2 4x8 horizontal. Horizontal designs load first. I just have a bundle that's just what's required for the mini quilts. So I'm going to go quilting, Pebbles, right here, Pebbles 2, and embroidery files. I am PES because I'm on a brother. And here is the 4x8 horizontal. If there was a vertical, that would be next to it. Go ahead and set that. I'm going to choose my hoop size too. I don't know if you can see that little outline, but that looks like an outline for probably my 5x7. So to choose your hoop size, you're going to go to your settings, which looks like notebook paper. And I'm doing 9.5 by 9.5. And we'll say okay. And then I'm going to add my design. I am going to take this and flip it this way so it's running vertically. If I had run my, I don't want to call it stabilizer, my muslin left and right, then I would scoot it all the way to the left. But since I'm running it up and down, I'm going to take my design, scoot it all the way to the top. Don't do that until you add your design. So I'm going to go ahead and hit add. And I'm in my lower USB port. That's why I keep hitting that button. Here's my mini quilt folder, my embroidery designs, and I'm doing March. And there's my pot of gold. So I'm just going to go load that and set. And I put on here centered. So we're not moving that design left or right or anything. You just bring it in the way you bring it in. I'm going to touch embroidery, and that's going to take me to the screen from which I stitch out. Also called my layout screen on this machine. Okay. Last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate it and scoot it up. My hoop's already on. See right here, it's already on there, so it will not let me scoot it outside of my embroidery field. Hang on just a second. So I'm going to go layout, rotate. You can still rotate and move. You have some editing options here, but not the full list of editing options you have in the previous screen. So rotate 90 degrees, And let's scoot it up. And knock, knock, because we can't move it any further. We are ready to go. You're just going to have to change your orientation to this when we do the stitch up for it all to make sense. And I'm going to say okay. I do want to see my steps. So here it's showing you what we're going to stitch up. See how editing options, the color list. I want the color list. I'm also going to go right here where I go forward and backward stitches. And that way I can skip some steps. Let me grab my fabric. The other thing I'm going to get is my spray tent. This is good for me to move around. I've been a little ginger with myself, but not doing jumping jacks yet. Here's my fabric, so I'm going to take this out. And we'll go ahead and spray some of this. Whoop, that sealed it. Let's open it. We're supposed to go away tomorrow, and I'm trying to decide what to take with me, so this will give me a good idea of what I can and cannot handle. So remember, you're going to spray the wrong side, which is like the lumpier, nubbier side of your batting. And I'm just going to put my spray tent right here. And I'm going to spray the wrong side of my batting. Ooh, that was a little heavy-handed. I don't like spraying that much. I like a little spritz. And then we're going to spray the wrong side of our fabric. This is our background fabric. I have Shape Flex on there, and that's why it's white on one side. You don't have to go crazy. There we go. That was much better. Okay, I like a color that I'm going to see for this part for when I fussy cut on the background. So why don't I just go ahead, I'm going to put in my taffy. Oh, I'm just a little bit sore. It's funny, it's that like I've had trouble opening like Tylenol bottles where you have to push down. That has been a little bit tough for me. You just don't know what you don't know. Okay, first stitch out is going to be placement for your batting. So go ahead and stitch that out. My stuff is already sprayed, so we can just lay it down after this stitches out. Now go ahead and lay down your batting, wrong side down, okay. And you just want to fill up that square. There we go. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down my background fabric, and I'm just going to center it to the batting. Now we're going to have to skip some steps, okay? I'm all about skipping steps if I can. Feel it before you press it down. You want about 1 inch all the way around. Doesn't have to be perfect, though. I have probably 1.5 inches on the top. They're usually generous with their fabric piece. I like it. Okay, so this is the tack down for the batting, and then you trim, but we don't need to do that because we've already cut it to size. Placement stitch for the background fabric, don't need to do that. We are going to do the tack down for the background fabric. So that's why I like to do it in a different color so it's easy to fussy cut. You're going to cut close to this line. It's usually not right on it, but close to it. And then we're going to do our background quilting stitch. And I think I grabbed, we're going to do this color, Clover. That looks really close, doesn't it? Looks perfect. You could do lime too. What's this? I grabbed some OESD thread too because I was like, oh, like that is like pretty much it. This is color 6051, but I don't know, a little contrast can be good too. If you look at your screen, make sure you see this. If not, then you're going to want to fast forward to it. This is going to be the background quilting. And I am going to go ahead, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do Clover because it's close. It might be a little bit darker than what's there, and that's okay. I'm going to take off my taffy. Oh my God. Who knew that was going to hurt? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Back to real life. I've been in a recovery hole. So this is good therapy for me. Gets me moving, but not moving too much. All right. Here we go with our quilting. This is 2 minutes of stitching. Just let it go. After we do this, after quilting, go to the embroidery instructions. Here are my embroidery instructions, and we're going to stitch the, oops, this is vibrating, huh? We're going to stitch the stripe 7 placement line and then place the stripe 7 fabric, and it's going to show us all our different fabrics. What's that one? That looks like, oh, that's going to be the lavender. So if you want, this is a good time. We can go ahead and grab our spray tan again, and we can spray all our little applique pieces. These are, most of these are going to be just their silky solids, so there's no right side or wrong side, but we do have a couple where they do have a right side and wrong side, so make sure you're spraying the wrong side. Okay, applique pieces are sprayed and ready to go. I'm getting quite a bit of bounce today. Not quite sure why. Let's see if that helps. If that helps. And if it helps to have the picture of the embroidery by you, have it by you. It looks like we're going to be laying down the purple, the mint green, the teal, the other green, yellow, the creamsicle, and the taffy in that order, okay? Color does not make a difference. So I'll just go ahead because I think there's going to be quite a bit of satin stitching. I'm just going to leave that green in, and we'll do the placement stitch for the lavender first. Okay, let's lay it down, tack down, and get a good pair of snips. They're my favorite. These are snippies. Well, I didn't do a very good job placing my fabric, but good thing it was such a big piece for what actually needed to be laid down, because I covered it all. And I'm gonna get that little thread too. You want to get nice and close to the satin stitch. Will cover all of the stitching line. Okay, here we go. I find that my 9.5 by 14 doesn't slide off on and off very easily. So I have to hold this when I slide it on just to make sure it doesn't move. Okay, I'm gonna put down that mint green. Here we go. And then here's the tack down. So we did the placement. Now we're gonna do the tack down and trim. So replacement, tack down, trim. Placement, tack down, trim. And then we'll go back and do all the satin stitching. It's 28 total minutes of stitching. I'm gonna pull this forward so it's easier for me to get to. These colors are so amazing. Okay, I slide this back on. When I slide it back on, I'm going to hold it here and push it on. There we go. That way it doesn't budge. If you ever push it too hard, you can knock it out of calibration. Like if your design, if your stripe is suddenly too high or too... Oh no, that's just a little one. I was like, mine's too high. If it's ever too high or too low, to get it back into calibration, all you need to do is take off your hoop, just turn the machine off and on again, and it'll recalibrate. It's that easy. Okay, so you should have done lavender, mint green, dark teal. And I'm just looking at the picture. I'm not even looking at the instructions at this point. Okay, slide your hoop back on. Make sure you hold it. Now you're going to do the placement stitch. The next color is going to be the yellow. Oh, wait. Next color is the green stripe. The green stripe, and let's see if they have the green stripe going up and down or left and right. I'm guessing it's going to be 7 and... Oh, it doesn't say. I can't tell from the picture. Let me see if there's a... Wow, I still can't tell. I'm going to look at my rainbow. You know why? This is not the right fabric. I should have a piece of lime green. Should I have lime green? Hang on. So what I realized is I needed a piece of lime green for this stripe. So I couldn't find any lime green. I just cut it right off of here because, you know, that pink line is where we're going to kind of be fussy cutting. So I'm going to go ahead and lay the lime green on the lime green background. I must have just misread when I was prepping. So this is not what you want. Now you don't have to worry about it being directional. And I'll keep that piece because maybe that goes to something else. Okay, let me go ahead and pull this towards me again. And this had shape flex on it, but that's fine too. Sometimes you just got to be loosey-goosey with this. Because what if you accidentally miscut? And that's when you're thankful that your Kimberbell pieces are so big. You're like, oh, I could just cut it right out of that corner. Okay, here we go again. This piece is going to be, where's Mamba? Yellow. Here we lay down the yellow, tack down and trim, and we are in step number I think this is step number 9 and 10. 9 and 10 for the yellow. So we're on this page right here. I'm on 9 and 10. There's the tack down, and now we're going to trim. So I always think that applique is like coloring with fabric. You know, they give you the line, you lay your fabric down, and then you tack it down. And I love applique because I don't like embroidery that's really, really stitch intensive for the most part. I mean, tiling scenes are really, really stitch intensive, and I love those, but I prefer applique. Okay, this is your placement line. This is for your creamsicle fabric, your cantaloupe, or whatever you want to call it. Whoop. You know, I know where that's going to go. I'm going to rethread, but I'm not going to start over. Well, if you want to go back to the beginning of that step, the down arrow will go to the next step. The up arrow will go to the previous step. That'll go to the beginning of the last step you were in. And then if you hit it again, it'll go to the previous step. So that just took me to the beginning of the current step I was in. I'm going to lay this down. Here's my tack down, and then we'll trim. And then the last color we're going to lay down is going to be the taffy for the rainbow. I was thinking that I would go ahead and stitch April out too before I cut all my pieces apart so that they could be snugged up next to each other. So after this, I'm going to prep for April. Now that I'm a little bit better, I asked Patrick if I could bring the machine with me. Because what am I going to do? Okay, placement stitch. Normally I like to go out and run around Vegas because we're going to Vegas, but I'm just not up for it. I'd rather just stay in the hotel room and sew. How many of you have taken your sewing machines on a trip and brought it into your hotel room? I know Michelle used to travel and bring her sewing machine. Especially if you're in the mood. Okay, so that was the tack down. Now we're going to trim. All right, we are on step number 15 on page 12, and it says, stitch the pot placement line, place the pot leather right side up, stitch the pot tack down line, trim the leather as desired. So I'm going to go ahead and it says color doesn't make a difference, which makes me go, there's going to be a satin outline, and we do have a satin outline around the pot. So I will, normally with leather, I like to trim it about 1/8 of an inch away, but this looks like we are going to have a satin stitch. And let's get our embroidery leather. It's gorgeous. That's why I bought the embellishment kit. And I am going to get a little shot of spray sometimes. I mean, isn't that so cool? It's like luster. It's got like a sheen to it. Sometimes and I think I can lay it this way. Yes, I can. So I'm not going to lay it the long way. I'm going to lay it. And before I commit, I am going to lift it up and make sure I'm going edge to edge, which I am. There we go. and we are going to trim as desired. Sometimes when I spray, I have had the spray kind of sweat through a little bit, which has never been an issue except on the navy leather. I have no idea why, but it almost like stained it. Okay, we're going to trim as desired. I'm going to trim it right to the stitch. I just fell in love with this. I was like, oh my God, it's so pretty. Sometimes your snips can cut too close. So I just want to make sure I'm not going too close. You don't want to go too, like I thought. I felt like I was snipping a thread. And if you get a thread, it's okay because you're going to have this beautiful satin stitch. Gorgeous. Okay, that was step number 16. So we did all of that. Now we're going to go ahead and we're doing all the satin stitching, so you need the right color thread. First one is going to be the taffy. So we're going to be doing the rainbow pieces, and we're working, it looks like, from right to left. So let me go ahead and take out my clover. I'm going to put in my taffy. I've been really, really careful, and I've been babying my left arm, and I think a little too much. Like, my doctor was like, you could get frozen shoulder, and I was like, like, anytime they say stuff like that, it scares the bejesus out of me. So, so this is good because it's getting me to move it without thinking about it too much. Okay, so we're going to do this, and then the next color I'm going to be using is peach. Has a nice big old satin stitch. Okay, let's go ahead and put in the next color. And after this, it looks like it's going to be a yellow. You can use whatever yellow you want. I've got one of my favorites, which is cornflower. And I also have mellow, which I haven't used before. I think I have cornflower in the list. So let's go ahead and just use cornflower. It's just a nice, happy, bright yellow. I mean, if there was colors, if I was putting together a color list, cornflower would probably be my favorite yellow. It's not too dark. It's not too light. It's kind of just in between. And then for the mint green, I have pulled, oh, actually, no, we're going to be doing the the green in the middle, I'm going to just do Clover again. And then Tide Water. This is going to be the darker teal. And that light mint, I have this color here, which is Mint Julep, and I'll be using that next. Let's go Mint Julep. Oops, sorry about that. There's a couple different really pretty glide mints that they have. I'm trying to think of what color I should use for. Ooh, that's beautiful. That's called Cocoa, and that seems like a dead-on match. But if you want to go just a little darker, oh, this is gorgeous. Spice Brown. So I'm going to choose between those. All right, and now let's go ahead and do the Amethyst. That's what I'm using for the lavender. It's a little bit darker, but it's still that same shade. Sorry, let me move that out of the way so I'm not hitting it. My filming arm. And then we're going to do the inner pop fill. So you want to do something that's going to be a little bit darker. And I'm going to go with warm gray. We'll do this. This right here, which is going to be warm gray 7. In your thread list, what it says is, I think it says charcoal. Hang on, let me just make sure. Yeah, it calls for charcoal. So, should I do that? Charcoal's going to be this. I think charcoal's like shadow. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's just have high contrast. So I'm going to go shadow. I think that's a really good charcoal gray. The other one's more of a dark, dark, dark brown. And then we're going to stitch the pot accent in satin outline. And that's going to be, I would choose a color that's a little bit closer, but has some contrast. I think I'm going to go with this one. This is Spice Brown. The other one we could do is Coffee. Ooh, that's really, I'm going to have to decide Spice Brown or Coffee Bean. I think I'm going to go with the one that's just a little bit darker. So this is Coffee Bean. Okay, here we go. Coffee bean. Step number 25, this is the pot accent and satin outline, and then we're going to stitch the coin one placement line. I am going to use, because the coins are going to be in gold. I think I'm going to use sand. Yes, let me grab sand. to need Mylar as well. So what you're going to need is gold embroidery leather, your Mylar, and your gold applique glitter, and your towel. Got a couple minutes left to just finish this out. And then we're going to do the coins. I'm going to be using this color next sand. Okay, step number 6, stitch the coin 1 placement line. We're going to use sand. And get your Mylar ready. You might need some tape too. Oh, and you saw that didn't quite snip. We'll just snip it. Okay, I have a scrap piece of Mylar. I'm just going to lay this down, and it wants you to stitch the coin 1 tack down and fill. So I'm just going to go ahead and cover those coins, and I'm not even going to tape it down. Whoops, sorry. And then we're going to remove the tape and tear away the excess Mylar. I don't have any tape down, but we are going to have to pull out the Mylar, and I like to pull in towards the embroidery. So let me go ahead and pull that towards me, and like towards the embroidery and towards the embroidery. And I'm just going to kind of pinch it up. And that looks amazing. This one is so cute. I can't wait to start April too. It looks like it's going to take a lot longer to do, but it is so cute. Okay, those coins are adorable. I'm going to slide this back on. Now it says stitch the coin 1 satin outline. Okay, so just leave the same color thread in. This is coin 1 satin outline. And it did ask, so it does say here, stitch the coin 1 satin outline. Okay, and then we're going to place our, so stitch the satin outline, then we're going to place our wash away topping, completely covering the inner pop fill and tape in place. I haven't quite figured out what that's for yet, but it must be for something. That satin outline really makes those coins look so cute. Okay, so it wants us to place our, and I have a big piece of topper right here, so I'm just going to use this. And I'm just going to tape it on one edge, over here on the right and over in the left, and it wants you to kind of cover this fill area. I'm not sure why we need it, but I'm sure it's very important. So don't forget to use it. And I'm just going to put this over here. And this over here out of the way. Okay, just like that. You're still going to leave in the same color, and we're going to stitch step number 29, stitch the coin 2 and rim placement lines. Here we go. This is coin 2 and rim placement line. There's the rim. And next, I'm guessing is going to be coin 2. And then we're going to place coin 2 and rim glitter. So you need your gold glitter. Okay, then you have a coin way up there. And then here's our rim. I have this big old piece of glitter that's just been hanging out. So I'm going to use this. And maybe we'll put it like this. So I'm going to cover that whole thing. And let's make sure it's going to cover the top part too, which it looks like it will. We're just going to use this up. All right, here we go. And you could tape this into place. You could spray it into place. I love it when they use all sorts of different materials. So the glitter, the mylar, and then we're going to do the leather. I just love it. Gives it lots of depth. And it says we are going to trim the glitter as desired. The coins and rim are a raw edge applique and will not have additional covered stitches. So I'm going to leave about 1/8 of an inch. I like to have just a little bit of an edge. So for that, I'm going to get my curved straight scissors. If I can find them, here they are. Curved straight's going to let you control those edges a little bit better than a curved like this. When you're doing curved, then you get these little smile cuts. Whereas your curved straight, the curve allows you to get the first curve over the edge of the hoop, and then you can control and have a straighter cut. Okay, let's go ahead and trim. And for something like this, I'm going to take it totally out of the hoop. And that way I can kind of like turn it around in my lap. And you can trim it right on, like trim it right at the stitch if you want. That's going to look great too. I'm still trying to figure out why we needed the topper, but who am I to question that? Just do it. Okay, these are the pieces I'm gonna have trouble throwing away. I'm like, but look, I have like a big old piece on the top. Looks like I am cutting it like right at the stitch. So it's hard to see the gold on gold. Like the gold thread on the gold glitter. Oh my god, this is a big, beautiful piece of glitter. I'm going to save it because I can use it for so much more. Uh-oh, I'm cutting the wash away by accident. Don't cut your wash away. I don't know if we're going to need it. This is more of a, I'd say I have more of a 1/16 of an inch edge around everything. Let's see if I can get in here a little bit closer. And if you cut your wash away, well, I did too. So maybe it's not even going to matter. I don't know yet. I'm going to cut down here so it releases a little pressure and I can get my scissors under. Oh, look. All that wash away is trimmed. Oh, well. And doesn't that look, oh, you couldn't even see it. Doesn't that look adorable? It doesn't have to be perfect. Don't worry about it being perfect. So trim the glitter as desired. Now we're going to stitch the coin 3 placement line. Does it say to remove the wash away topping? It does not. So just go ahead and leave that wash away topping on there. Stitch right side up, raw edge, and gold 3. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put this back on here. We are going to go ahead and do gold 3. I still have my topper on there, kind of. Not worried about it. And then we're going to place our leather. So let me grab some leather. I've been using everything for my scraps, because I found this beautiful scrap. I was like, that's perfect. So it looks like it's a coin over here, a coin over there. There's 3 coins. Let me fix my chair. And I'm just going to lay this down. And this is going to be trimmed as desired. So let me just check my edge to edge and up on top. And I'm just going to go ahead and stitch it. Again, I like about an 1/8, like anywhere from a 1/16 to an 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to slide that hoop off again. I'm going to trim it on my lap. Anytime I have something that's like a lot of round edges, I like to trim on my lap. Hopefully I can keep it in view for you. So, and I still don't know why we needed that topper. Maybe because, I don't know. I mean, a lot of times you want that topper so your stitches don't sink in, and then you also want topper so your foot doesn't get caught. Maybe the foot could have gotten caught on something. Better safe than sorry, right? My cousins were visiting. I had one cousin that came last week, and they both are amazing cooks. So one came last week and the other one came the week before, and I haven't been moving too much. So I've just been stuffing my face and eating amazing food and then sitting. So I'm going to come to you a little bit of a bigger me. Hopefully I feel okay when I go to Sedona. I'll be able to go on some hikes with the family. We're not bringing the dogs, which will be a really good break for Patrick. But I'm going to miss them. Not that he's not, but he has been taking care of them all on his own, and it's a lot of work. For you dog owners, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, I have a couple. Oh, no, that looks really good. Oh, my goodness. What is that? Did I accidentally? It looks like I accidentally cut the, maybe that's what it's for. I cut that applique leather, but I'm going to use an iron, like the tip of my iron, and kind of press it down. But here it wants you to, coins are raw edge. We're going to go ahead and remove the tape and tear away the excess topping. Use our pressing cloth, press the glitter with a warm iron for 15 to 20 seconds. So let's go ahead and do that. And I have this big old piece, and I'll keep this and I'll use it on something else. But that's why you want this. I did cut into the leather. Okay, it all makes sense. That's you know what that's called? Karma. Because I was here complaining, I don't know why we need that. We don't need that, and we do need that. So I have a Teflon pressing sheet. I'm going to take this over here to my pressing area. My iron is nice and hot because I heated it up. Let me grab my hoop. And I'm going to pull off the rest of the wash away topper because I don't know if I've ever really ironed it, but I imagine it would melt. So let me grab my tweezers. Where are you, my wonderful tweezers? Hang on. I just hit my knee on, it's the second time. It's the second time. I've never hit my knee on my, I have a little bench that I sit on. It's tiny. It's a little storage bench. And I honestly, I don't remember ever hitting my knee, and I just hit my knee twice. One knee and then the other. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull this out. There we go. Oh my goodness. It's like adding insult to injury, right? Can I catch a little break here? That's how I feel right now. This makes me almost wish I had the heat away. I was using the heat. Okay, I'm just going to do that much. I do want to use my Teflon sheet or a pressing mat because I did cut into my gold applique. I don't know if you can see that right there. It's like a hangnail. I'll get caught in everything. So here's my Goddess pressing sheet, which I love. And you don't want to put it directly on your leather. I think you'll burn that. And it's hot. It's not coming away. That's hot. Hot to the touch. Looks gorgeous. And guess what? Are we done? Let me look. I was going to say, and guess what? We're done. But I don't know if we are. So, that was remove the tape, tear away excess topping, use a pressing cloth, and now we're going to stitch the star placement lines, and we're going to be using the Mylar again. Looks like we want white thread, so I'm going to go ahead and take this and put this back on the machine. I'm going to get my white thread and my Mylar, and we are not done. My white thread sits on the top of my machine. I have a couple of things that sit on the top of my machine. My white thread, my, what else sits up there? I let my, dissolve away thread and my mono poly and black and red. And I just kind of leave those up there. And I piece with Invisifil, and that's up there too. Okay. Let me get my white in. We are in step number 35. We are almost done. Good thing I didn't go, pop it out of the hoop, ladies and gents. Yeah, I didn't say that because I wasn't sure. Sometimes I get like in a mode and I just go on autopilot and I say things I shouldn't say, like pop it out of the hoop. You would think I just smarten up to things like that, but I haven't. Okay, so I love these stars. Step number 33 says stitch the star placement line. There we go. Place 2 stars Mylar pieces covering the placement lines as shown, and then stitch the star fill and decorative outline. So I have this piece of Mylar over here, and I'm going to be using that. Uh-oh. Let's see what happened there just now. I'm going to snip that. I have no idea how that happened. going to check my bobbin and just make sure that looks okay. Better safe than sorry. Bobbin looks good. Right. When your machine starts doing weird things, it's time for service. And it is definitely time for service with me. I'm just going to go ahead and fast forward. This is placement line. I just wanted to go to the next one. But I've been waiting because we're going to have Charles from Brother, their lead tech. I guess he's head of their technical department, is going to be coming and spending some time with our techs in our store. And they're going to service my machines. Like this big old mess right here. I'm on 26 minutes out of 28 minutes, so we're getting close. And you know Mylar stars make everything look better. So this is worth it. And I'm just going to lay these down as I go, let it stitch, stop the machine, pull it off, and we'll use up every little bit of this. That'll be fun. And one more. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to lay it down. I'm going to let it stitch, and then I'll stop it and pull this away. I'm going to put my finger right here on the start stop button. It cut. I'm just going to hit stop. It'll go over to the next spot, but it's not going to start stitching. So don't worry that it's still moving after you hit that stop. And look how adorable that is. We'll do the next one. Let me put the foot up so I can see. Here we go. Oops, I'm going to hit stop again. Put the foot up. Let me slide this back towards me. Let me pull this away. Okay, slide that back. And where do we want to do this? Right here. And if you don't like doing it this way, don't. Just put down a big old piece of Mylar and just stitch them all out at once. Just tape it down. My DNA will not allow me to do that. My DNA says don't waste. Use every last bit. And I just can't help myself. I just can't help it. I know I should. You guys all know that I always talk about it being my therapy, like throwing things away and like, it's my therapy. I just can't do it. I could do it, but I don't want to do it. Okay. Pull this away. All right, let's put my foot up so I can see. We'll go right here. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Put my thumb here, get ready to stop it. Oh my goodness, so cute. All right, where do I have a little itty bitty piece? It's almost like a challenge. Can I use it all? That's more of my challenge sometimes. Can I use it? And then my other challenge is, can I throw it away and stop the hoarding? Maybe I can do both. All right. Oh my God, look at that big old chunk right there. Well, I do want to throw this away. So we'll use these two parts and then we'll throw it away. And then we'll keep this because look how gorgeous that piece is. We can do so much with that. And then we'll cut off that rest. This is a big star. We'll go right there. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and hit stop. Oh, and that was the end of it. All right, so let me go ahead and take off the rest of this Mylar, pull in towards, and if you need to get the rest of it, if you have like that little piece that didn't get pulled off, just get your tweezers and you can go back in later and get, oh my goodness, but how adorable are those? It reminds me of Malibu Barbie and like, oh my goodness. I can't throw this away because look at that, but I can throw this away. I'm just going to go ahead and take that. And get rid of that. And we have this nice, big, gorgeous piece that we can still use. Okay, onward and upward. Last step in our stitch out is stitch the trimming guide. I'll just leave the white in because you can see that against the lime. Remove the block from the hoop. Dissolve any remaining topping with wet cotton if needed. Lay the block flat. Now I'm going to be doing blocking all these after I do April. I'm going to stitch out all of April with March attached, and then I will trim everything. So these are our trimming guides. And we are done with our pot of gold, and I will see you back here for April, and then trimming, pressing, and stitching it all together. Bye. Hello, hello. I am going to finish off my March mini quilt. And so what I have here is my spreadsheet. These have my final cut sizes right here. And hopefully those are right. If they're not, you can always look back at your... That would be the worst if I gave you the wrong cut size. No, those all look right. Those look right to me. Okay, these cut sizes are correct right here. And what I'm going to do is, I like to press on a wool mat. The other thing is I'm going to use two wool mats. A wool mat on a wool mat, because I have a wool mat on a cutting mat, and I don't want this seam to go through and warp it. I have my iron right here, which I am going to turn on right now. And I also have some water because I'm going to spray it. So here are my blocks. This is my Clover Block. This is my, where are my scissors? Here's scissors. I wonder why. Oh, you know, okay. I'm going to just press it the way it is right now, and then I'll cut it here so I can like maximize the amount of muslin that I have left. These are two that were stitched one after the other. And when I cut them apart, I like to cut them from the back side so I can cut right in between. Sometimes from the front side, you can't really tell. And let's go ahead and press them. First we press, then we trim, then we sew. So I like to press these from the back side, and I like to be mindful as to what's on the front. Like if there's like glitter, or if there is anything I have to worry about melting. I wonder if I can do it from over here so that, or maybe I'll do it from over here. There we go. How's that? Okay, that way I'm not in the way. And I literally will stand on my tippy toes and like push down. My iron is still warming up. Hang on just a sec. All right, so I sprayed it. And if it's directional, I pay attention to that. This is not directional. So I'm just going to go in the direct. I'll go up and down. And then this way. And your whole goal is for it to lay flat. Okay. And you're going to see like there is some warping here. I don't know if you can see that. Do you see this is totally not a straight line? That's okay. You're going to cut it with your ruler, and you're just wanting it to lay nice and flat for when you cut it. And with this kind of stitching, as it's stitched, it just kind of pulled in a little bit. Okay, let's do the next one. Is this one just the cutest ever with those Mylar stars? I really like them all, but this one has been one of my favorites. Because, you know, it was pretty simple. It wasn't too complicated. It was pretty simple. I'm going to go this way first. I'm going up and down. I don't want to distort too much. And then I'll go this direction. Okay. And it looks like right here. Let's see. Are we nice and flat? We're not totally flat. Press from the front. Okay, whatever you have to do to get it nice and flat as you can get it. Now I have my clover. I'm going to go one direction, and we'll go the other direction. Beautiful. And last but not least, I have my pot of gold, and I do have leather on here and like a bunch of other embellishments, so I don't want to distort it too much. I'm going to go in the direction of the rainbow. You probably don't have a great angle, right? Because, hang on. This is like what you should see. Okay, let me see if I can get way up here. Okay. I don't want my head to get in the way. Let's check it out from this side. There. That looks fantastic. And I got a little, I wonder if that's just the color of the color. That it gets. Oh yeah, it's just a little bit wet. All right, now we're ready to trim. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my rotating mat. And I have my pop ruler. The only pop ruler that's going to be a really good fit is going to be this 4.5 by 4.5. And you want a good rotary cutter, a nice sharp one. So this one we're going to do 4.5 by 4.5. That's what this is right here. You want to go ahead and frame it. So that's why I like to use a contrasting color thread to the background, so you can really see that hot pink thread. And so I'm going to frame it, and then I like to look at it from the top, and it's never going to fit that outline stitch perfectly. But once you get it pretty good, we're going to hold it down. I'm holding it down with my left hand. I'm going to take my rotary cutter, push into the bottom, and run it along the side. Hold the whole thing and turn. Make sure you're applying a little bit of pressure to the left so that you don't lose your footing and go into the embroidery, which is what I did the first time I used my pop rulers. I was like, these are horrible. And it was me. It wasn't my... if you don't get those corners, that's okay. Just come back through. I should probably change my rotary cutter. I find that if I have a really brand new sharp rotary cutter, then I get those corners. And if my rotary cutter is a little bit used up, then I don't. But that's what it's going to look like. Nice and flat. And then you're going to fussy cut it. This one is done. Okay. These have all sorts of special directions where you're going to nest your rulers. Well, guess what? I'm not going to do that because that's too much work. Final size is 4.5 by 12.5. I just happen to have a Creative Grids here that's 4.5 by 12.5, and I'm going to use that. You have a centering mark here, and I don't know if you can see it, but it's right there. Mine I did in white, which I know isn't great contrast. But half of 12.5 is 6 1/4. So I'm going to lay my 6 1/4 down here. And then I'm going to kind of frame it the best I can. And remember, mine isn't going to fit the outsides well because I stitched it 12 inches by 4.5. But I'm trimming it to 4.5. I stitch it 12 by 4.5. I'm cutting it 4.5 by 12.5. Hopefully that made sense to you just then. And this, you're really going to have to get that, sew that in there. Okay, let's see. How's that? I think that's pretty good. I'm right about there on that line. And here I'm right on that line and a little bit above there. And this looks good to me. I'm going to go ahead and cut it. So it's really important that you hold down your ruler. Did I get my cut? Hold it down, turn it, don't let go. That's why rotary mats are so nice, or rotating mats. I know you probably can't see that. Hopefully I got that all the way through. And that's what it's going to look like. I know it didn't catch this, but when we go to sew this together, we're going to make sure our 1/4 inch catches that. And you're going to have to rip out that stitch, which I'm just going to do right now so I don't have to think about it later. It's just easier, I think, and I really liked bumping it into, or keeping it in the 8 by 12. So I would rip those end stitches out. I'm going to cut that white stitch in the back. And when you do that, you can lift up the front and just get the little bobbin thread. It's so easy to pull out. But do it now before you go to sew it together. All right, so now we have our rainbow. I have my clover. Let's go ahead and do my lucky. Same thing with my lucky. Is there a centering mark here? I don't see it. I'm just going to create one. I'm just going to fold it. Okay, here's my centering mark right there. I'm going to put my 6 1/4 on it, which is right there. That looks good on both sides. Awesome. Now I'm just going to go ahead and trim. Walk your hand up as you're cutting, just to make sure you have leverage and that your ruler isn't going to slide. Did I get all of that? Let me get it right here. Okay. Whoop. I'm not quite up to, I wouldn't say my arm is definitely like, I'm a little bit weak. All right, here we go. And again, remember we stitched this 12 by 4 1/2. So that inside stitch, I'm going to rip that out. I'm just going to pull this back stitch right here. And then when I go to do these, I can just lift up on this and then catch that bobbin thread. So easy. I'm going to do this side too, so I don't have to think about it later. Get that from the front and from the back. Okay, last one we're going to do is the pot of gold. All right, this one is 4 1/2 by 8 1/2. There's a little centering mark there. So we want to go 4 1/4. 4 1/4 by 8 1/2. And we're going to have to pick up our ruler. But 4 1/4. Whoop. Sorry, those were my glasses. Yeah, that looks good. So 8 1/2 is all the way out here. I want to make sure I am there we go. I have to do one last cut, so I'm going to just resettle my ruler down. Eight 1/2. There we go. And there's our pot of gold. We are ready to stitch it together. Let me go ahead and clean this up a little bit. So here are instructions sewing it all together. It's not too much going on here. We are going to go ahead and sew the rainbow to the lucky, and then the clover to the pot of gold. We'll sew here and here, and then we'll sew it all together. And this one will be ready to bind. I'll see you over at the machine. Okay, for this, I am using my dual feed foot. That's my dual feed walking foot right there. And, oh, mine's a baby lock one on my brother machine. Wait a minute. Oh, I think because I bought that separately. And here is my 1/4 inch sole. I love my interchangeable soles. And 9 out of 10 times when I'm sewing with the walking foot and with one of these interchangeable soles, and there's a 1/4 inch, a stitch in a ditch, an open toe, and the general one that comes with the machine, and there's a couching one too, but this is the one that I use most of the time. I like to use the center straight stitch, and when I piece, I usually piece at, when I'm piecing just like regular cotton, I like to piece at like a 1.8 or a 2.0, and I know that's really, really tight for the layers, but that's just me. I like my stitching to be really, really tight. So, I'm going to go ahead and just leave it at the 2.0. And let me go ahead and sew these pieces together. I'm not going to be pinning because it's pretty thick, and when you pin, I feel like it distorts a little bit. And I'm going to start with my needle down, and I'll abut this next to my needle and just go ahead and I will lock that stitch. Sometimes I lock and sometimes I don't. When you're stitching at a 2.0 and you're chain piecing, then it's not going to unravel as easily as it will at like a the rainbow was next, right? It won't unravel as easily as it will at a 2.5 or 3.0. Like I wouldn't piece at that stitch length. All right. And I am working with my auto pivot on, my auto lift, which is this button. And what that does is every time I take my foot off the foot control, it raises the presser foot for me. I'm ending needle down. So then I can just put my next piece of fabric right under. And I'm set up to, on this machine, for my foot to go down, for my presser foot to go down when when I press, my presser foot will go down when I press on the foot control. And there is my seam that I have to go to the left of. So I think it should be fine. And take your time. It's not a race. Make sure everything's together. If you want to lock this stitch, you can. Okay, we are going to press and we are going to clapper. So let me go ahead and take this back over to my pressing area. It was getting warm in here, so I just took off my boots. Do not press on your cutting mat. I always warn people about that. Why? Because every once in a while I'm super tired. Next thing you know, I'm pressing on my mat like a crazy person. Okay, here's my clapper. Clappers make a difference. And this is my cutting tool. So when I'm chain piecing, I just pull down on this. They don't even make this one anymore. It's just from Gypsy Quilter. So what I want you to do first is I want you to press this just to settle the stitch. And it kind of softens everything up. Then we're going to go ahead and press your seams open. Don't press them to one side. They're too thick. I've got my breast press here. Do you like the way I did not tidy up after I finished before? So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. It's going to be a little thick here because of all that stitching, but go ahead and press them open. And we're going to press it again, but this time we're going to best press it. And clapper it. Not clobber it, but clapper it. Same thing though. What it does is it kind of locks in that heat and it'll just keep it laying nice and flat. Let's do this side. And that's gorgeous. Okay, let's do this one. Same thing. Let's go ahead and press it just to settle that stitch and warm it up and make it a little bit more pliable. Then we're going to press it open, and then we're going to best press it and clapper it. This clapper's my favorite. It's a Riley Blake, and it's their smaller size. They have one that's bigger, which I have as well, but this is the one I use most of the time. Where's my other one? Oh no, I guess this is, what brand is this one? I don't even know what brand this one is. But this one is my bigger one, so sometimes I just want to be able to clapper more. Okay, nice and flat, and isn't this nice, that the way it comes together? Okay, now we're going to go ahead and sew these two together. We'll press it, and we are done. We'll put these to the side until we have the April one, and we're ready to bind them both. I'm going to take this back over the machine. Here we go. I'm going to again start with my needle down. This is what I do too. Like, I am not a purist, and I'm sure there's things I do wrong that you don't like. Just do it however you like to do it. I'll just show you what works for me. And if you just let it stitch in place and hold it there, your belt hasn't engaged yet, and you can just kind of do a locking stitch like that. And again, if you want to clip, I would clip, like maybe Wonder Clip, but I wouldn't pin because you're just going to be moving all that fabric around. This side, you do have to lock your stitch if you want to lock it. Oop. That was a little far from the edge. Couldn't see. And I'm a little over the edge, but that's okay because we're going to bind it. Let's come on back over here, and we're gonna press and clapper because I'm pretty spot on over here, so I'm just not gonna worry about that. Okay, let's press to relax. This is where I should put on some like rain, forest music, birds gently chirping. We're gonna relax that stitch. And then let's open it up. So we're going to press it open, then we'll best press it, and we'll breast press and clapper. And there is our March mini quilt. I don't have the binding on yet because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bind this one with the, my April. But this is the construction of March. Thanks for joining me.